Welcome to the jungle. Tonight we will be discussing some of the book that we discussed last night and some of the book we're looking at now. We will interlink them and their ideologies and try to differentiate which is symbology and which is not. And so, and at the same time, perhaps we'll discuss some random subjects of inquiry, and that I think we're gonna break some kind of ground here. Yeah. Let's see. What was I gonna do? Fuck, I forgot. What was I? Oh, damn it, I was gonna look something up, but I seen I had a message from one of my friends. It's an insane left. No, it's a leftist. It's always fucking busting my ass about everything I say. Like, oh, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that about vaccines. Blah blah blah. The internet was not scrubbed. All the pictures of the fucking blood clots and shit. What the fuck was I gonna look up? Oh, I was gonna post the video on Twitter. That's what I was gonna do. Yeah, everybody's fucking riding my fucking bullshit. Fucking whatever. I speak my mind. By the way, insurance is communism. Changed my mind. I already ate the burritos. Already ate them. They were cheese and they were delicious. Delicious cheese burritos. The best. But I quit eating certain types of foods. Delicious cheese burritos. Burrito. Okay, what was it? Yeah, it was posted. Okay, so this book, I mean, we're gonna jump off right on the crazy part here. So, like now, let's see. Damn it. So yeah, this book is Cooper goes over this book in episode number 724, 725, 727, and 728, and that the on Twitter. Yeah, the Jesus Christ, seven fucking messages. I'm not allowed to say anything without fucking leftist fucking filling my phone with hatred and misunderstanding. The the people are all brainwashed. 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 What the fuck is that good weed? Let me just roll up a joint before I start. I swear these fucking jungle pie. What kind of stupid? Oh, wait, I think I said something else. I don't think I read that right. Yeah. So notice we're gonna start off with this. Anybody that hasn't read the episode, listen to that episode. We're going to. I mean, maybe. Here, let's just start here. I mean, this is all going to sound very crazy to anyone that doesn't understand the symbolism. Keep in mind, it's all symbolic. It's all part of the mystery religion, and that the mystery religion is divided into at least 3 factions. Masonic legend has points of variance from as well as agreement with the Bible story. It states that Jehovah created Eve, that the Lucifer spirit Samael united with her, but that he was ousted by Jehovah and forced to leave her before the birth of her son Cain. Keep in mind, it's all symbolic. Who was thus the son of a widow. Then Jehovah created Adam to be the husband of Eve, and from their union Abel was born. Thus, from the beginning, there have been two kinds of people in the world, one begotten by the Lucifer spirit Samael. Let me just X out of that. What is that? Exos. Well, let me X out. And partaking in the semi-divine nature imbued with the dynamic martial energy inherited from the divine ancestry. It's aggressive, progressive, and possessed a great initiative, but impatient of restraint or authority, whether human or divine. This class is loath to take things on faith and prone to prove all things by the light of reason. What is that? Yeah, insurance is communism, definitely. The redistribution of the karmic redistribution of money collected by large businesses, corporate communism. Let's see. This class is loath to take things on faith and prone to prove all things by light of reason. The people believe in works rather than faith, and by their dauntless courage and inexhaustible energy, they have transformed the trackless wilderness of the world to a garden full of life and beauties. So lovely, in fact, the sons of Cain have forgotten the garden of God. The kingdom of heaven, whence they were expelled by the decree of the lunar god Jehovah. Against him, they have a constant rebellion because he tied tied them by the umbilical cable toe, such as Freemasonry. They have lost their spiritual sight and are imprisoned in the forehead of the body where it is said Cain was marked. They must wander as prodigal sons of the comparative darkness of the material world, obvious to their high and noble estate until they find the door of the temple and ask to receive the light. Then, as freemasons or children of light, they are instructed in methods of building a new temple without the sound of hammer. And when they have learned this, they may, quote, travel in foreign countries to learn more of the craft. In other words, when the spirit realizes that it is far from its heavenly home, a prodigal feeding upon the unsatisfactory husks of the material world that apart from the Father, it is, quote, poor, naked, and blind, end quote. Such as Freemasonry. When it knocks at the door of the mystic temple, like that of the Rosicrucians, and asks for light. When it receives the desired instruction after due qualification by building an ethereal soul body, the temple or house eternal in the heavens, not made with hands and without sound of hammer, when its nakedness is clothed with that house. Then the neophyte receives the word, the open sesame to the inner worlds, and learns to travel in foreign parts in invisible worlds. There he takes the soul flights into heavenly regions and qualifies for higher degrees under more direct instruction from the grand architect of the universe, Tagautu, who fashioned both heaven and earth. Such is the temperament of the widow's sons, inherited from the divine progenitor Samael and given by him to their ancestor Cain. Keep in mind, it's all symbology. Their past history is a struggle with adverse conditions. Their achievement is victory wrested from all opposing forces by indomitable courage and persistent effort, unchecked by temporary defeat. On the other hand, while Cain, governed by divine ambition, toiled and tilled the soil to make two blades of grass grow where There were only one Abel, the human progeny of human parents, felt no urge to unrest. Himself a creature of Jehovah through Adam and Eve, he was perfectly contented to tend to the flocks created by God and to accept livelihood from the divinely begotten increase without labor or exercising initiative. This docile attitude was most pleasing to the god Jehovah, who was extremely jealous of his prerogative as creator. Therefore, he cordially accepted the offspring of Abel obtained without effort or initiative, but scorned the offering of Cain because derived through his own divine creative instinct akin to that of Jehovah. Cain then slew Abel, but did not thereby exterminate the docile creatures of Jehovah. For we are told Adam knew Eve again, and she bore Seth. Seth had the same characteristics as Abel and transmitted them to his descendants, who to this day continue to trust. Oops. Oh, god damn it. Trust the Lord for everything and who live by faith and not by work. By arduous and energetic applications of the world's work, the sons of Cain have acquired worldly wisdom and temporal power. Keep in mind it's all symbology. Uh, let's see, temporal power. They have been captains of industry and masters of statecraft, while the sons of Seth, looking to the Lord for guidance, have become the avenue for divine and spiritual wisdom. They constitute the priestcraft. The animosity of Cain and Abel has been perpetuated from generation to generation among their respective descendants, nor could it be otherwise because one class is temporal rulers aim to lift humanity to physical well-being through conquest of the material world, while the priesthood in their own role as spiritual guides urge their followers to forsake the wicked world, the vale of tears, and look for God for comfort. One school aims to turn out master workmen skilled in the use of tools wherewith they may wrest a livelihood from the earth, which was cursed by the divine adversary Jehovah. The other produces master magicians skilled in the use of tongue and invocation, and by the use of tongue they gain support from the toilers here, and pray themselves to their charges unto heaven hereafter. Keep in mind, it's all symbolism. After the future in store for the sons of Cain and their followers, the temple legend is also most eloquent. It states that from Cain descended Methuselah, who invented writing, Tubal Cain, a cunning worker in metals, and Jubal, who originated music. In short, the sons of Cain are the originators of arts and crafts. Therefore, when Jehovah chose Solomon, the scion of the race of Seth, to build a house for his name, the sublime spirituality of the long line of divinely guided ancestors flowered into the conception of the magnificent temple called Solomon's Temple. Through Solomon was only the instrument to carry out the divine plan revealed by Jehovah to David, but Solomon was unable to execute the divine design in concrete form. Therefore, it became necessary for him to apply to King Hiram of Tyre, the descendant of Cain, who selected Hiram Abiff, the son of a widow. As all Freemasons are called because of the relation of their divine progenitor with Eve. Hiram Abiff then became Grand Master of the Army of Construction. In him the arts and crafts of all the sons of Cain who had gone before had flowered. He was skilled above all, beyond all others in the work of the world, without which the plan of Jehovah must have remained forever a divine dream, and could never have become a concrete reality. The worldly acumen of the sons of Cain was necessary to the completion of the temple of the spiritual conception of the sons of Seth, and therefore during the period of construction the two classes joined forces, the underlying enmity being hidden under the superficial show of amity. It was indeed the first attempt to unite them, and had that been accomplished, the world history may from then on would have been altered in a very material manner. The sons of Cain, descended from the fiery Lucifer spirits, were naturally proficient in the use of fire. By it, the metals hoarded by Solomon and his ancestors were melted into altars, lavers, and vessels of various kinds. Pillars were fashioned by workmen under the direction of Hiram Abiff, and arches to rest upon them. The great edifice was nearing completion when he was made ready to cast the molten sea, which is the philosopher's stone, which was to be the crowning effort, his masterpiece. It was in the construction of the great work that the treachery of the sons of Seth became manifest and frustrated the divine plan of reconciliation. They tried to quench the fire used by Hiram Abiff in their natural weapon, water. It almost succeeded, incidents which led upon the catastrophe. Their meaning in the sequel will be related in the next chapter. The Masonic legend is voluminous, circumstantial, even trivial, and seemingly far-fetched and fantastic to the uninitiated who fail to see the important hidden meaning of underlying every word. But we will give only such fragments as have a bearing upon our main subject in the explanation necessary to link them together. The events which led up to the conspiracy against the Grand Master Hiram Abiff mentioned in our last chapter, and which culminated in his murder, commenced with the arrival of the Queen of Sheba, who had been attracted to the court of Solomon by the tales of his wonderful wisdom, by the splendor of the temple he was engaged in building. She is said to have come laden with gorgeous gifts, and it is stated that at first she was much impressed by the wisdom of Solomon. But even the Bible, which is written from the standpoint of Jehovistic hierarchies, hints that she saw at the court of Solomon one that was fairer than he, and there the Bible narrative leaves her. Her marriage with Solomon was never consummated, or the name of the Mason would have faded from memory long ere to the present day, and humanity at large would now be docile children of the dominant church without free will, choice, or prerogative. Just roll this joint real quick. Who's that? Prerogative. Nor could she be permitted to wed Hiram, who represented the temporal power, or religion would have been stamped out. She must wait for the bridegroom, who shall embody within himself the combined good qualities of Solomon and Hiram, who is purified from their weakness. For the Queen of Sheba is the composite soul of humanity. Composite soul for humanity. Queen of Sheba. And at the consummation of the work of the evolutionary era, she will be the bride, while Christ, whom Paul called a high priest after the order of Melchizedek, will fill the dual office of both spiritual and temporal head, where he will be both king and priest to the eternal welfare of mankind at large, who are now in bondage either to church or state, but waiting, whether they realize it or not, for the day of emancipation, symbolically represented as the millennium, when there will be a wonderful city, a new Jerusalem, a city of peace. City of peace. And the earlier this amalgamation can be brought about, the better for humanity, supposedly. The new Atlantis. Therefore, an attempt was made at the time and the place, which is said that the legend to be the scene of Solomon and Hiram's love episode. There, the two initiatory orders met for the consummation of the definite work of the amalgamation, symbolically called the Molten Sea, a work which was then attempted for the first time. It could not have been wrought at any earlier period, for man was not sufficiently advanced. At that time, however, it seemed as if the united efforts of the two schools might accomplish the task. And had it not been for the desire of each to oust the other from the affections of the symbolic Queen of Sheba, remember, which represented the soul of humanity. They might have succeeded. An equitable union between church and state might have been effected, and both human evolution might have been greatly furthered. But both church and state were jealous of their particular prerogative. The church would only amalgamate upon condition that she retain all her ancient power over mankind, and take the addition to those of the temporal government. The state was selfish in a similar manner, and the Queen of Sheba, humanity at large, is still unwed. The Masonic legend tells the story of the attempt and its failure as follows. Just light my joint. Oh, my camera froze. Why does it always do that? The Queen of Sheba had been shown the gorgeous palace of Solomon and bestowed her choice gifts of gold and wrought work. She asked also to be shown the great temple which was nearing completion. She marveled much at the magnitude of the work, but wondered at the seeming absence of workmen and the stillness about the palace. Keep in mind it's all metaphors. She therefore requested Solomon to call the workmen that she might see who had wrought this wonder. But through the servants of Solomon at the palace obeyed the slightest wish of the monarch, and although he had been appointed by God Jehovah to build the temple, these workmen were not subject to his authority. They only yielded obedience to one who had, quote, the word and the sign, unquote. Therefore no one appeared at the call of Solomon. The Queen of Sheba could not escape the conclusion that the marvelous miracle was wrought by another, and one who was greater than Solomon. And so she insisted on knowing and seeing this king of crafts and his wonderful workmen, much to the chagrin of Solomon, who felt that he had fallen in her estimation. Temple of Solomon in our solar universe, which forms the great school of life for our evolving humanity. The broad lines of its history, past, present, and future, are written in the stars, its main outlines being discernible to anyone of average intelligence. In the microcosmic scheme, the Temple of Solomon is also the body of man, wherein the individualized spirit or ego is evolving, as God is in the great universe. Work in the true temple, as we are told in the second Corinthians 5th chapter, is wrought by the invisible forces working in silence. Building the temple without sound of hammer, as the temple of Solomon was visible in all its glory to the Queen of Sheba, so the evidence of the toil of these invisible forces is easily perceived, both in the universe and in man, but they themselves keep in the background of and work without ostentation. They hide from all who have not the right to see them or to command them. The relation of these nature forces to the work they do in the universe may perhaps be better understood when we use an illustration. Yeah, let's talk about nature forces. Let us suppose that a carpenter wishes to build a house wherein to live. He selects a place whereon to build and brings material hither. Then, with the tools of his trade, he commences to lay the foundation. Gradually, the walls are put in, the roof is up, and inside completed, and the structure is finished. During all the time while he is working, a dog, which is the intelligent spirit belonging to another and later life wave of evolution, watches his actions and the whole process of construction and sees the house gradually take shape and reach completion. Keep in mind the dog becomes the lion, but it lacks the proper understanding of what he is doing and of what is the ultimate purpose in his mind. Let us now suppose that the dog were unable to see the carpenter or hear the noise made by the hammer and other tools. Then it would be the same relation to this builder, as humanity at large is to the architect of the universe and the forces which work under his command. For the dog would then see only the materials coming together slowly and taking shape, finally forming a finished structure. Humanity also sees the silent growth of a plant, of beast, growth of plant, of beast, and of bird, but is unable to understand what causes the physical growth and the changes of the visible universe. For it does not see the immense army of invisible workmen who are silently toiling in the soundless silence to bring about these results. Nor do they respond to the call of anyone who has not the sign and the word of power, no matter how high his standing or station in the world. Ola. The churchman always emphasizes the necessity of faith. Well, the statesman emphasizes well, well the statements where was I at? Well, the statesman emphasizes places his reality on work, but when faith flowers into the work, we reach the highest ideal of expression. Humanity may and does admire lofty sentiments and brilliant oratory, but when a Lincoln unbinds the shackles of the downtrodden race, or when the Luther revolts on behalf of the fettered spirits of humanity and secures religious freedom for them, the outward action of these emancipators reveals beauty of soul never discernible in those who soar in cloudland, but fear to soil their hands by actual work on the temple of humanity. The latter are not true temple builders and would be unable to gain inspiration from the sight of the powerful temple described by Manson in The Servant in the House. He's not talking about Charles Manson, this is the 1800s book. The author calls him man son. This may mean that he regards him as the son of man, but it may also be that he meant Mason. The servant in the house was also the temple builder. It is wonderful what insight the author of the play must have had when he planned the scene where his servant, the workman, in love with his work, tells the worldly minded churchman, who is full of platitudes and as vile as the weighted sepulchre of the temple which he, the workman, built. This conception is the mystic gem, and we append it for the reader's meditation. Quote, I am afraid you may not consider it an altogether substantial concern. It has to be seen in a certain way, under a certain condition. Some people never see it at all. You must understand this is no dead pile of stones and unmeaning timber. It is a living thing. When you enter it, or you hear a sound, the sound as of some mighty poem chanted. Listed long enough, and you will learn that it is made up of the beating of human hearts, the nameless music of men's souls. That is, if you have ears. If you have eyes, you will presently see the church itself, a looming mystery of many shapes and shadows, leaping sheer from floor to dome, the work of no ordinary builder. The pillars of it go up like the brawny trunks of heroes. The sweet human flesh of men and women is molded about its bulwarks, strong, impregnable, the faces of children laughing out from every cornerstone. The terrible spans of arches of it are the joined hands of comrades, and up in the heights of spaces are inscribed the numberless musics of all the dreamers of the world. Keep in mind, it's all symbology of the mystery schools. It is yet building, and built upon. Sometimes the work goes forward in deep darkness, sometimes in blinding light. now beneath the burden of unuttered anguish, now to the tune of great laughter and heroic shoutings like the cry of thunder. Sometimes in the silence of the night time one may hear the tiny hummerings of the comrades at work in the dome, the comrades that have gone aloft. Notice how I keep saying comrades. Uh, It is such a temple that the mystic Mason is building. He endeavors to work on the temple of humanity at large. But since when the rose adorns itself, it adorns the garden. He aims also to cultivate his own spiritual powers as foreshadowed in the molten sea. Keep in mind it's a symbol. Solomon had already sued for the hand of the Queen of Sheba and had been accepted. So, feeling that the meetings with Hiram Biff might change her affections, he endeavored to consummate their marriage before granting her wish to meet the Grand Master. The Queen was obstinate. She sensed the grandeur of the master worksman whose skill had wrought the marvelous temple, and she felt intuitively drawn towards the man of action, as she had never been moved by the wisdom of Solomon. Keep in mind, the Queen of Sheba is a symbol of the spirit of man, or symbol of the collective spirit of man. Moved by the She had never been moved by the wisdom of Solomon, which only found verbal expression in flowery speeches and high ideals which was unable to carry into realization. Therefore, the reluctance of Solomon to let her meet Hiram Biff made the queen all the more anxious and importunate. So that the last Solomon was forced to accede her to her request. He grudgingly sent for the Grand Master. When Hiram Abiff appeared, Solomon saw the love light kindle in the eyes of the Queen of Sheba. Jealousy and hatred took root in his heart, but he, however, was too wise to betray his feelings. But from the moment the plan of reconciliation and amalgamation of the sons of Seth and the sons of Cain, which had been mapped out by the divine hierarchies, was doomed of failure, wrecked upon the rocks of jealousy and self seeking. The Queen of Sheba, according to the Masonic legend, then requested Hiram Biff to show her the workmen of the temple. The Grand Master struck a nearby rock with his hammer so that the fire sparks flew, in the sign of fire coupled with the work of power. The toilers of the temple flocked around their master in a great multitude, which no one could count, all ready and anxious to do his bidding. And the spectacle was so impressed. Queen of Sheba, notice how the hammer and the fire are both italicized. Was so impressed with the Queen of Sheba with the wonderful power of this man that she determined to jilt Solomon and win the heart of Hiram Biff. In other words, humanity, when its eyes are opened to the impotence of the churchmen, the sons of Seth, who are themselves dependent upon divine favor, and when it sees the power and potency of the ruler of temporal fame is then ready. I think I'm supposed to say flame is then ready to rush to them and leave the spiritual for the material. This again, the microcosmic angle of the matter. From the cosmic angle or viewpoint, we note again that Solomon's temple is the solar universe, just like I've told you before. In Hiram Biff, the Grand Master is the sun, which travels around the 12 zodiac signs. Oh, looks like we got a guest. Hey, what's going
What's
on?
up? Not much. How's by you?
Nah, not much. Just reading some of this book, trying to just it's the book from those episodes. I was trying to just go over it and examine it some more.
Oh, neat. Yeah, go right ahead. I'll take a listen.
Yeah, the where were we at here? The sun. They're saying okay, so they were saying the Queen of Sheba is the symbol of man's spirit, and then it's collectively, and that the jealousy of the spirit towards Hiram Biff was a symbol of Solomon was working on faiths or something, and the Hiram Abiff was a symbol of the material plane. I could just scroll up a little bit. Yeah, so where is it at? Just to produce the spectacle was so impressed by the Queen of Sheba with the wonderful power of this man that she determined to jilt Solomon win the heart of Hiram Abiff. In other words, humanity, when its eyes are open to the impotence of the churchman, the sons of Seth, who are themselves dependent upon the divine favor, when it sees the power, oh god damn it, the power and potency of the rulers of the temporal flame, I think it's supposed to say flame, not fame, is then ready to rush to them and leave the spiritual for the material. This from the microcosmic angle of the matter. From the cosmic angle or viewpoint, we note again that Solomon's temple is the solar universe, and the Hiram Abiff, the Grand Master, is the sun which travels around the 12 signs of the zodiac, enacting there to a mystic drama of the Masonic legend. The vernal equinox, the sun leaves the watery sign of Pisces, which is also feminine and docile, for the belligerent, martial, and energetic fiery sign Aries. The ram or lamb, where it is exalted in power, fills with the universe the creative fire which is immediately seized upon by the innumerable billions of nature spirits who therewith build the temple of the coming year in forest and fen. Fen's like a dried up swamp. The forces of fecundation applied to the countless seeds slumbering in the ground cause them to germinate and fill the earth with luxuriant vegetation, while the group spirits mate with the beasts and the birds, and they're charged so they may bring forth the increase sufficiently to keep the fauna of the planet at normal. According to the Masonic legend, Hiram Abiff, the Grand Master, used a hammer to call his workmen, and it's significant that the symbol of the sign Aries, where his wonderful creative activity commences, is shaped like a double ram's horn, which also resembles a hammer. It is also worthy of notice that in the ancient Norse mythology, the Vanir or water deities are said to have been conquered by Aesir, the fire gods. The hammer wherewith the Norse god Thor struck fire from the sky finds its counterpart in the thunderbolt of Jove. Like Hiram, the Aesir belongs to the hierarchy of fire, the Lucifer spirits, son of Cain, striving for positive. Oh, god damn it.
Lucifer is Venus.
Damn it, I just lost the spot.
Let me quickly switch over out of my app. I'll be right back. I'll be right over.
Okay. Damn it, where did it? Oh, right here. Here it is. The call's workman resembles a hammer. Are said to have been conquered by the seer or fire gods. The hammer wherewith the Norse god Thor struck the fire from the sky finds a counterpart in the thunderbolt of Jove. Where'd my lighter go? Oh, Jove, like Hiram, the Aesir, belongs to the hierarchy of fire, the Lucifer spirits, the sons of Cain. Oh, looks like he's back. Back in black. Yeah, that's where we're at. The Lucifer spirits, the sons of Cain, striving for positive mastership through individual effort and therefore upholding to the male ideal, which is diametrically opposite to that of the hierarchy which works in the plastic element water. In the present day temples of the latter order, magic water stands at the door, and all who enter are required to apply this lethal liquid to the point of the forehead where the spirit resides. Their reason is drowned in dictums and dogmas. The female ideal is worshipped, the Virgin Mary. Faith is the prime factor in their salvation, the attitude of unquestioning childlike obedience being cultivated. So it's like he's saying that they put the water on their heads, the mark of the cross, to drown out the fiery spirit.
That's also anointing. That's also like how they anoint.
Yeah,
What like they anoint the priests anoint the head with, but that's with oil, not with water.
yeah. It is different in the temple of the other order. When the candidate enters there, poor, naked, and blind, he is asked at once that he is seeking what he is seeking, and he answers light. It is the duty of the master to give what he asks and make him a freemason, a child of light. It is the duty also to teach him to work and a male ideal Haram the master worksman, who is presented for emulation. He is taught to always be ready to give a reason for his faith. As he qualifies in the work, he rises step by step, and in each degree more light is given. There are 3 times 3 degrees in the lesser mysteries. When the candidate has passed the 9th arch, he is in the Holy of Holies, which forms the gate of greater fields beyond the scope of masonry. For further elucidation of that subject, the student is referred to the chapters of initiation. Volcanic eruption on the number 9 in the Rosicrucian Cosmoconception. Oh, he's referencing his other book. Advancement and promotion in the mystic masonry is not dependent on favor, cannot be given till it has been earned, and the candidate has stored in himself the power to rise any more than a pistol can be fired till it has been loaded. Initiation is merely like pulling the trigger and consists in showing the candidate how to use the power latent within himself. There were some among the workmen of the temple who thought they ought to be promoted to the higher degree, but who had not the power within. Therefore Haram Abif could not initiate them. And as they were unable to see that the lack was in themselves, they felt provoked at Hiram, as over ambitious candidates of today feel slighted and stamp a spiritual teacher as a fraud who is unable to give them immediate illumination and induction into the invisible, while they are still eating of the flesh pots of Egypt and unwilling to sacrifice themselves upon the altar of self denial. The dissatisfied among Hiram's men entered into the conspiracy to spoil his great masterpiece, the Molten Sea, which is also the damn it, I'm stoned.
Yeah.
It's also the Philosopher's Stone. Uh, as the spiritual gifts of the sons of Seth flowered in Solomon, the wisest of men, and enabled him to conceive the design a marvelous temple according to the plan of his creator Jehovah. So Hiram, the clever craftsman, embodied within himself the consummate skill of long line of ancestral artificers. He possessed the concentrated quintessence of the material knowledge gained by the sons of Cain, while they wrought from the wilderness the world of concrete civilization, and in the execution of the wonderful temple of Solomon, this superlative skill found full fruition. Thus, this glorious edifice of the chief d'oeuvre of both lines and embodiment of the sublime spirituality of the churchmen, the sons of Seth, combined with the superlative skill of the craftsmen, the sons of Cain. So far the honors were even, the achievements equal. Solomon was contented. He had carried out the design transmitted to him. He had a place of worship worthy of the Lord he revered. But the soul of Hiram was not yet satisfied. Armed with the art of ages, he had constructed the incomparable masterpiece of architecture. But the design had not been his own. He had been merely the tool of the unseen architect Jehovah, working through the intermediary Solomon. This rankled in his heart, for it was as necessary for him to originate as the breath. In the ancient age when Cain and Abel first found themselves upon earth, Cain contentedly cared for the flocks created like himself in his parents. Abel and Eve, by Jehovah, put in Cain, semi-divine progeny of the Lucifer spirit, Samael, and Eve, the creature of Jehovah, divine incentive to original effort, burn. He tilled the field and made two blades of grass grow where one grew before. Creative instinct must have expression. Hiram, being the focus of having inherited all the crafts of Cain, was also invested. Keep in mind, it's all symbolism. Invested in the spirit of Samuel, and intensified in consummate ratio. Therefore, he was consumed by the overpowering urge to add something to the temple that would eclipse the rest of the structure in beauty and importance. Out of the travail of his spirit was born the conception of the molten sea, and this great ideal he proceeded to carry out into execution. Though heaven and earth held their breath in awe at the audacity of his purpose. The Bible gives very little information about the molten sea. In 2 Chronicles, 4th chapter, we learn that Hiram made such a vessel, that it was of considerable size, that it stood upon 12 oxen arranged so that their heads were at a periphery of the circular basin, and their hinds were toward its center. Also intended solely for the use of priests. Much is said of the nature to bewilder the reader, but the above salient points prove the signal importance of this instrument, as we shall see when we study and compare the Masonic account with this veiled word of the Bible. The Masonic story runs as follows. When Hiram had about to complete the temple, he commenced to cast the various vessels required for the service according to the designs made by Solomon as agent of Jehovah. Chief among these was the great laver, intended to hold the bath of purification, through which all priests must pass to enter upon the service of the Lord. This and all lesser vessels were successfully cast by Hiram, as recorded in the Bible. But there is an important distinction between the vessel and the molten sea, which was designed by Hiram to contain, and until that he had been successfully poured. The vessel was without virtue, so far as purifying properties were concerned. Until then, it could no more cleanse the sin-stained soul than could a dry basin be utilized to cleanse the body, nor could Solomon speak the word. The formula for the wonderful work. None but Hiram knew it. This work was to be his masterpiece, and if he succeeded, his art would have lifted him above the human race. Notice how it's italicized.
Mhm.
And made him divine like Elohim, Jehovah. In the Garden of Eden, as divine progenitor, Samuel had assured his mother Eve that she might become as the Elohim if she ate of the fruit, as she ate of the tree of knowledge. For ages his ancestors had wrought in the world. Through the accumulated skill of the sons of Cain, an edifice had been reared, wherein Jehovah hid himself behind the veil and communed only with his chosen priests, the sons of Seth. The sons of Cain were thrust out of the temple which they had built, as their father Cain had been driven from the garden which he had tilled. This Hiram felt it to be an outrage and injustice, so he applied himself to prepare the means whereby the sons of Cain might rend the veil and open the way to God for whosoever will. To this end, he sent messengers over the world to collect all the metals with which the sons of Cain had ever wrought. With his hammer, he pulverized them and placed them in the fiery furnace to extract, by alchemistry, from each particle the quintessence of knowledge derived in the experience of working with it. Thus, the combined quintessence of these various base metals would form a spiritual sublimate of knowledge, incomparable in potency, valuable beyond all earthly things. Being of ultimate purity, it would contain no color, but resemble a sea of glass. Whoever should lave in in it would find himself endowed with perpetual youth. No philosopher could compare with him in wisdom this white stone. Knowledge would even enable him to lift the veil of the invisibility and meet the superhuman hierarchs who work in the world with the potency undreamt of by the masses. any commentary you want to add or anything? Or
No, just listening in.
let me just spark my joint back up. Masonic tradition tells us that Hiram's preparations were so perfect that the success would have been assured had not treachery triumphed. But the incompetent craftsmen whom Hiram had been unable to initiate into higher degrees conspired to pour water into the vessel cast to receive the molten sea. For they knew that the son of fire was unskilled in the manipulation of the watery element, and could not combine it with his wonderful alloy. Thus, by frustrating Hiram's cherished plan and spoiling his masterpiece, they aimed to revenge themselves upon the master. Excuse me. Solomon had been privately informed of the nefarious plot, but jealousy on account of the Queen of Sheba bound his tongue and slayed his arm. For he hoped that when the ambitious plan of Hiram failed, the affections of the queen would turn from his humiliated rival to himself. He therefore closed eyes and ears to plot and plotters. When Hiram confidently pulled the plugs, I'm not sure what that's alluding to. The liquid fire rushed out, was met by water, and there was a roar that seemed to shake heaven and earth. When the elements boiled and battled, all but Hiram hid their faces at the awful havoc. Then, from the center of the raging fire, he heard the call of Tubal Cain, bidding him jump into the molten sea, full of faith in his ancestor, who had gone before him upon the path of fire. Hiram obeyed and plunged fearlessly into the flames, sinking through the disintegrated bottom of the vessel. He was conducted successfully through the 9 arch-like layers of the earth to the center, where he had found himself in the presence of Cain, the founder of his family, who gave him instructions relative into blending water and fire, and who furnished him with a new hammer and a new word which would enable him to produce these results. Cain looked into the future and uttered a prophecy which has been partially fulfilled, that what remains is in process of realization day by day, and as surely as time goes on, all will come to pass. You, Hiram, said Cain, are destined to die with hopes unfulfilled, but many sons will be born to the widow and keep your memory green through the ages. And at length one will come who is greater than you. You shall not wake till the Lion of Judah raises you with the powerful grip of his paw. This day you have received your baptism of fire. He shall baptize you with water and with spirit, you and every son of the widow who will come to him. Greater than Solomon, he will build a new city and temple wherein the nations may worship. The sons of Cain and the sons of Seth shall there meet in peace at the sea of glass. And as the Melchizedek, king of Salem, Shalom, the priest of God, ministered to Abraham, the father of nations, when mankind was yet in its infancy, so shall this new light combine in himself the dual office of king and priest after the order of Melchizedek. He shall judge the nations with the law of love, and to him that overcometh will be given a white stone with a name that will serve as a passport to the temple. There he may meet the king face to face. Hiram again conducted to the surface of the earth, and as he walked from the scene of his shattered ambition, the conspirators set upon and fatally wounded him. But before he expired, he had hid the hammer and the disc upon which he had inscribed the word. This was never found till ages later, when Hiram, the widow's son, was reborn as Lazarus and became the friend and pupil of the Lion of Judah, who raised him from death through initiation. When the hammer was found, it had the shape of a cross, and the disc had become a rose. Therefore, Hiram took his place among the immortals under a new and symbolical name, Christian Rosencreutz. uh, yeah, so there's more. Let me just turn on the house feed real quick. Yeah, where'd my lighter go? Yeah, so it's interesting because I've heard so many versions of the Masonic legend, and so the new name and the new word. So I guess we can go on. He founded the Order of the Temple Builders, which bears his name. In that order, aspiring souls are still instructed how to fuse the base metals and make the white stone. The symbology of the foregoing will be explained in the following chapters. The mystery of Melchizedek. Among the characters mentioned in the Bible, none is more mysterious than Melchizedek, said to be without father, mother, or earthly kin, holding the dual office of king and priest. Paul, in his epistle to the Hebrews, gives us most information showing the connection between Christ and Melchizedek, both of them kings and high priests, but of different dispensations. God, who at the sundry times and the divers manners spake in times past unto fathers by the prophets, has in these last days spoke unto us by his Son, whom he has appointed heir of all things, by whom he has made the worlds. Blank, no man taketh this honor unto himself, but he that is called a God of God was as was Aaron. So also Christ glorified not himself to be made a high priest, but he had said unto him, Thou art my son, today I have begotten thee. As he saith also in another place, Thou art a priest for the age after the order of Melchizedek, who in the days of his flesh, when he had offered up prayers and supplications with strong crying and tears unto him, unto him that was able to save him from death, and what man, the smoke is like going right in my face, and was heard, and that he feared, though he were a son, yet learned, he he obedience by the things he suffered, and being made perfect, he became author of eternal salvation unto all that obeyed him, called of God a high priest after the order of Melchizedek, of whom we have many things to say and hard to be uttered. For this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of kings and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a tenth part of all, first being interpreted king of righteousness, and after that also king of Shalom, which is king of peace, without father, without mother, without ancestors, having neither beginnings of days nor end of life, but made like unto the Son of God, abideth a priest continually. Here man that die, the Levites, I'm not sure, receive tithes, but there he receiveth them of whom it is witnessed that he liveth. If, therefore, perfection were by the law of its priesthood, what further need was there that another priest should rise after the order of Melchizedek and not be called after the order of Aaron? Question mark. For it is evident that the Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning, the priesthood. And it is yet far more evident that after this similitude of Melchizedek, there ariseth another priest who is made not after the law of carnal commandments, but after the power of the endless life. Right? He testifies, Thou art a priest for the age after the order of Melchizedek. By so much was Jesus made the surety of better testament, because he continueth ever and has the age-lasting priesthood. For the law maketh man high priest who have infirmities, but the world of God which was since the law maketh the Son who has consecrated for evermore. Now the things which we have spoken, this is the sum. We have such a high priest who is set on the right hand of the throne of the majesty of the heavens, minister of the sanctuary and of the true tabernacle, which the Lord made and not man. Almost all things are by the law purged with blood, and without the shedding of blood there is no remission. That sounds pretty wild.
Yeah.
Mission. It was therefore necessary for the pattern of things in the heavens should be purified with these, but the heavenly things themselves were better sacrifices than these. For Christ is not entered into the holy place made of hands, with hands which are figures of the true, but into heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of God for us. And now has he obtained a more excellent ministry, by how much also he is a mediator of better covenant, which was established upon better promises. I'm not sure what the symbolism there is. For if the first covenant had been perfect, then there should be no place for a second. But finding fault with the old, he saith, Behold, the days come when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand and led them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make to the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws into their minds and write them in their hearts. I will be to them a God, and they shall be to me a people. They shall not teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know me from the least to the greatest. Okay, yeah, so it starts going into Paul stuff in this, which is the foregoing quotations from Paul's epistle to the Hebrews are not found there consecutively as here arranged. It is necessary to intelligently piece the Bible narrative together so that we may obtain an outline of the future development which has been sketched out by the divine hierarchs to constitute our evolution. Comprehensive of this plan is essential to the correct understanding of the cosmic relationship of Freemasonry and Catholicism. He's talking about Christianity in general. It is also necessary for to fully appreciate the purpose of molten sea and to learn how to intelligently make this wonderful alloy. As Paul says, these things are hard to say, but we shall make an attempt to present the mystery of Melchizedek in the molten sea in plain language, so that we may aid in the expressed purpose of the Bible to enlighten all men. That all shall know from the least to the greatest what is the purpose of evolution, and thus give them a chance to align themselves with the trend of cosmic events. To understand the mystery of Melchizedek, we must revert to the early epochs of man's stay upon the earth during the age called the Hyperborean epoch. The earth was then in an extremely heated condition. Man in the making was then double sexed, male, female, like so many of our present plants, and he also resembled the plants in being inert and lacking in desire and aspiration. At that time, man was the tractable ward of the divine hierarchies who guided him physically. these being darkly referred to in the Bible as the kings of Edom. Later, during the Lemurian epoch, when the body of man had crystallized and condensed somewhat more, mankind was divided into sexes physically. But as the consciousness of man was still focused on the spiritual world, they were unconscious of the physical act of generation, as we are now of digestion. Neither did they know birth or death, or were in fact totally unaware of the possession of the physical vehicle until in time they sensed it during the generative process. It was then said that Adam knew Eve. At that time, the Lucifer spirits, fallen angels, and inhabitants of the warlike planet Mars taught them how to eat of the tree of knowledge. Keep in mind earlier when it said Hyperborean, I've noticed a lot of closet Nazis use that term.
Closet Nazis?
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not sure what, but I think it has to do with this Mars thing. Thus, by degrees, their eyes were opened. They became aware of the physical world, but lost touch with the spiritual and the guardian angels, and had previously been their benevolent guides. Only a few of the most spiritual among them retained their higher vision and communion with the divine hierarchies. These were then known as prophets, who acted as messengers between the invisible divine leaders and their respective peoples. But in time, mankind desired to select its own leaders and, demanded visible kings. At least we know that the Israelites repudiated the divine rulership and demanded a king, and thus Saul was appointed. Then the dual office of ruler and priest, including temporal and spiritual leadership, was also divided. For no man sufficiently versed in worldly matters to fill the office of king efficiently had been found holy enough to also undertake the spiritual leadership of his brethren, and vice versa. The true priest, able to lead his flock spiritually, cannot also beneficently dominate their physical fortunes as the ruler of the temporal domain. For the state's craft in the highest phase aims to the rule the masses with the eye single to their physical welfare, and the priestcraft benevolently exercised seeks to guide them solely for the soul's progress. So conflict must of necessity follow this separation, even though both the spiritual and temporal rulers have actuated by the highest and most unselfish motives. Melchizedek was the symbolical name of the divine hierarchs who filled the dual office of king and priest. With the guidance of their double sexed charges, and while they reigned, there was peace on earth. But as soon as the offices of king and priest divorced and the sexes divided, it was not surprising, for the reasons given above, that the peaceful reign of Melchizedek has been followed by an age of war and strife. Such strife as has been experienced during the present dispensation. Formerly, the unifying factors of the dual office of the ruler and the double sex of his people precluded the clashings, the interest which now obtains, which will continue until another divine ruler shall present himself with to embody in his own person the qualification of the dual office of king and priest after the order of Melchizedek, and until sex generation be abolished. In this connection, it is significant that the Bible narrative begins in the Garden of Eden, where male, female were innocent. Then, in the next chapter, we are told of the division of sexes, the transgression of the command not to eat of the tree of knowledge, and the infliction of the penalty, painful parturition, and swift death. From the Old Testament tells of war, struggle, and strife. The last chapter makes the prophecy that there shall a son of righteousness arise with the healings in his wings. Then the New Testament opens with the account of the birth of Christ, who proclaimed the kingdom of heaven which is to be established. His father, he later called the king and priest after the order of Melchizedek, uniting within himself the dual office. It is also said that in heaven there will be neither marrying nor giving in marriage, for the Soma Suchikon, or soul body, you can tell it's a Hindu word, which Paul tells us in the vehicle we shall see use of the kingdom of heaven. See, I always tell all the fucking religious people that because who support Paul that Paul's preaching the fucking uh he's preaching the he's preaching this Roman doctrine, which is I mean it gets into it in this next page here.
Paul made Jesus God? I forgot. No, that was Tertullian. Paul's just preaching like a new form of form of salvation that's outside the
Yeah, it's like we got a guest. Yeah, so it goes into it a little bit more. We can take a 5-second break if you guys want.
Yeah, I'll take a quick smoke before I dive in with you guys. Much love, though. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, good time to come in. Wow, that's weird. A
coincidence?
Yeah.
Or
I know about
conspiracy.
Melchizedek. I know about the priesthood. I know about the new covenant with the priesthood, and I know about I don't know I mean, it's like if you believe in it, obviously. But I'll be right back.
Yeah, it gets weird. I've heard this episode where Cooper reads this quite a few times, and it's a very difficult fucking it's a really complex read, and so I figured I would just go over it physically, because I've skimmed through the book, but it's weird because so this guy writes that other book, the Rosicrucian Cosmoconception, and that he lays out the groundwork for the racism which was used by the Thule Society and the Ariosophy, and that it's very complex, and I've been trying to because Cooper reads this and he starts talking about the Lion King because the story is in the Lion King, the cartoon.
Interesting.
Yeah, I forgot how it goes. It's like, okay, so consider the Lion King, the God, quote unquote Jesus, but not the Jesus of the Bible, but their Jesus. And then consider the warthog is the Gentile, and the meerkat is the Hebrew, or the enlightened. And so the enlightened and the unenlightened, depending on which definitions of the words, you know what I mean? But it's strange. The whole thing is strange. I try to not have any opinion, you know what I mean? Just so I can try to see it for what it is.
I've been on mushrooms again for like 5 days.
Oh, nice.
And I'm on them right now, and I would say that it speaks very high when you understand the mental unfolding of evolution through experience, that this stuff makes a lot of sense. Like when it comes to the mind and its solidity, and the outcome of wanting to be heartful and in a positive mindset, I think the Bible speaks on a huge manner to that. But obviously, it could be metaphorical, it could be representative, it could be real, it could be all three.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Well, Paul is talking about this creation of a soul body, quote unquote.
Yeah, like a celestial body, kind of celestial garment.
But it's a weird. The whole thing is strange. It's because I believe in spirit,
the sex of lust will be gone. The marriage will be gone. I'm reading. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me because it's all
in the book,
bound to time.
Well, early in the book,
and trauma.
What he states that the traveling to far off lands, the fellow traveler phrase, is a phrase of traveling in the invisible plane. He's
I
talking
do it
about
every
out of
single
body
night,
experience.
I'm stuck there. I can't get out.
Whoa. I'm smoking a
I
cigarette
only
for
get
you, so.
yeah, no, it's all right. I get tired because I wake up. I'm like, dude, I just lived like 2.5 days and I dreamt for 6 hours. How's that possible?
Mhm.
It's like really tiring. It gets to my brain, man, because like, how is the brain creating worlds I'm living in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whew. Cigarettes.
Maybe too
It's
many
like
psychedelics.
the more you
Maybe.
dry the tobacco out, the stronger it gets.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Well, it burns faster, probably.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah,
I'm a huge fan of tobacco still, but I was talking to my friend about it today. I'm like, it's weird we like this shit, but it's like a 5-10 minute buzz.
it's weird because it's
You have to
almost
keep smoking it.
well, molecularly it's almost identical to a psychedelic.
Yeah, it's neurotropic. It's like it activates acetylcholine in your body, which is a neurotropic,
Interesting.
or something like that. Acetylcholine or acetyl. I can't remember the name
Helps you get in the
perfectly.
zone.
It's a stimulant, but the reason you get relaxed on it is because you're withdrawing. Your body's like, relax once you get it, but it's a stimulant.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna do like one. Well, so this is definitely a intense paragraph. Thus it is plain that the sons of Cain with their followers, the craftsmen, the sons of Seth with their retinue, the churchmen, must finally merge and be unified in the kingdom of Christ. We have already seen now that Hiram Abiff, my mouth is dry. Hiram Abiff, the widow's son, left his father, the Lucifer spirit Samael, after the baptism of fire in the molten sea, and how he received the mission to prepare his way for the kingdom among the sons of Cain, his brethren, by developing the arts and crafts of the temple builders, masons, and teaching them the preparation of the philosopher's stone or molten sea. Thus, also, the physically negative sons of Seth must learn to leave their father, Jehovah, and naturally, the first to take the step must be a great in soul. And so, as a superlative skill of the sons of Cain was focused in Hiram Abiff at the time of his baptism in fire. So the sublime spirituality of the sons of Seth was centered on Jesus at the time of his baptism in water in Jordan. When he arose from the water, he was in the same position as Hiram, emerging from the fire. Each had left his father, respectively, Jehovah and Samael, and each was ready to serve the Christ. Therefore, the Christ Spirit was seen at the baptism to descend upon Jesus' body, which was used by the Christ during his ministry. Jesus himself, the Spirit, left that body and was given a mission to serve the churches, while his body was being used for direct teaching by the Christ, and his blood was prepared as the open sesame to the kingdom of God.
I don't know why it's funny. Open sesame. Yeah.
Open
That's the only thing
sesame.
that really made me laugh in there. Sorry.
Where was that? Panacea to be used by his brethren, the sons of Seth, in the same manner as that of the molten sea serves the sons of Cain. In the epistle of the Hebrews, where Paul gives a few hints concerning the mystery of Melchizedek. That's why I say that. Well, I'll get on with that after I get to the in the characters of the high priest. He emphasized the absolute necessity of blood as an adjunct to the temple service. He shows how the high priest is required a blood offering for his own sins before he was qualified to give sacrifice also for the sins of people.
Makes sense.
And that the double sacrifice must be performed year after year.
Ooh, not for me. Jesus did it
Well,
once for all.
it's all symbolically. He's not.
Oh
Talking
yeah,
about
no,
real
but one time I've been through some deep shit, man.
That's why the Catholics use the wine as the blood, and they.
Yeah. No, I slit my wrist. Like,
whoa.
Yeah, did some crazy shit in the
Jesus.
spiritual world after I was taking a bunch of the angel trumpet. And I was like thinking it was all meant to be and shit, and I was fucked up. But angel trumpet's devil's weed, devil's like trumpet. Yeah, it's a really powerful drug.
Damn.
Oh,
But I
yeah.
would never recommend it.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you ever get depressed, you can come over and smoke a bunch of weed.
Yeah, no, okay, cool. No, that's why I'd be on. I was experimental, and it ended me in a mental hospital with this drug. But it was just that real. I was talking to spirits and stuff. It was weird. It was that strong.
Whew. Man, that cigarette was strong.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine that. Yeah.
So where was I at?
Like the blood. Oh yeah, during the regime.
You can read it if you want.
During the regime of Jehovah, the blood of humanity had become impregnated with egotism. Oh wow, I did a whole paper on that in AI, which is the separated factor in its age. From this sin, it must be cleansed before mankind can be united. Yes, I wrote a paper on this. It said the same thing. And enter the kingdom of Christ. That's really trippy. One paragraph that I would have to read, it had the egotism in it. I wrote a paper on that, but I called it egoism. But
Interesting.
this was a gigantic task, for humanity had become so impregnated with selfishness, exactly what his paper said, that scarcely anyone would do another any favor. Like, you would never go out of your way. You're surviving. You're on a mentality of like coming together to survive. They're like surviving by themselves. That's what the paper basically said too. That sentence gets cut off. I think I don't want to read. It was interesting though. It was like good timing. Good timing though. Like perfect timing for my brain.
Humanity self-scarcely, hence the post-mortem panorama of the life of the time of Christ contained nothing that would give a life in the first heaven or make the spiritual progress. Although, almost all the post-mortem existence of the people was spent in the purgatorial expiation of their wrongdoings. Even their second heaven life, where man learns to do creative work, was almost barren. Then Solomon, the king, was again called into the arena of life to perform a mission for the benefit and welfare of his brethren, the sons of Seth. He was peculiarly fitted for the work, because at heart he was unselfish, as shown by the request which he made at the time when Jehovah appeared to him in a dream and asked what he would have as a gift when he ascended the throne. Solomon then said unto God, oh, he left without saying peace. Thou hast shown great mercy unto David my father, and hath made me to reign in his stead. Now, O Lord, let thy premise unto David my father be established, for thou hast made me king over the people like the dust of the earth and the multitude. Give me now the wisdom and knowledge, that I may go out and come in before the people, for who can judge thy people that is so great? And God said unto Solomon, because this was in thine heart, and thou hast not asked riches, wealth, or honor, nor the life of thine enemies, neither yet hast asked long life, but hast asked wisdom and knowledge for thyself, that thou mayest judge my people over whom I have made thee king. Wisdom and knowledge is granted unto thee, and I will give thee riches and wealth and honor such as none of the kings have had that have been before thee, neither shall there any after thee have the like. It was this characteristic of unselfishness developed in the former lives that fitted the spirit of Solomon, which inhibited the body of Jesus for the high mission it was destined to fulfill, to serve as the vehicle for the unifying unselfish Christ spirit, for the purpose of bringing an end the division between the sons of Seth and the sons of Cain, and uniting them in the brotherhood, forming the kingdom of heaven. This is where it gets crazy. When Faust made the pact with Mephistopheles, as recorded in the ancient soul myth of that name, he was about to sign it in ink, but Mephisto says, "No, sign it in blood." For this request, Faust asks the reason, and Mephistopheles says knowingly and cunningly, "Blood is the most peculiar essence. It is said in the Bible that the blood of bulls and calves will not take away sins and that is reasonable. But how then about the blood of Jesus, which is extolled as a panacea? To understand this great mystery of Golgotha, it is necessary to study the composition and function of blood from the occult point of view. When the blood is placed under a microscope, it appears as a number of minute globules or discs, but when seen by the trained clairvoyant as it courses through the living body as is found to be a gas, a spiritual essence. The heat is caused. Oh, my camera fucked up. What was that? The heat is caused by the ego, which is within the blood. For as the Bible says, the life is in the blood. Mephisto was right when he said that it is the most peculiar essence, for it contains the ego, and whoever wants to obtain the power over the ego must have his blood. The human ego is more powerful than the group spirit of the animal, as we can see when we apply the scientific test known as hemolysis. Strange blood of the higher animal will kill, if inoculated into the veins of a lower species. If we take human blood and inject it into an animal, the animal will be unable to endure the high vibration that is in the blood of the human being, and it will die.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, the human being may be inoculated with the blood of a lower animal without injury. In ancient times, it is strictly forbidden anyone belonging to one tribe to marry into another tribe because it was known then by the leaders of humanity that the strange blood would kill something. It always does. We read that Adam and Methuselah lived so many centuries. In that time, it was custom to marry in the family, marry as close as possible, so that the tie of the blood might be as strong as it could be made. Then the blood coursed through the veins of the people, and the family contained the pictures of all that had happened to the different ancestors. These were stored in the mind, which is now subconscious. Then they were consciously and constantly before the inner vision of all people, and each family was united by the common blood wherein the pictures of their ancestors lived. The sons saw that this. Wait, is there a page missing? 56, 53. There's a page missing. 53 to 56. God damn it. Hold on, I'm gonna have to find the missing page real quick. Oh shit. Why the fuck is there a page missing? What, did somebody tear it out of the book? I've seen that before.
Wouldn't be surprised.
People who are occultists will tear the pages out of the books in the libraries just so people can't see them. Damn it, Cooper reads that part, but I don't know if damn it, let me just finish rolling this joint. I gotta look up another copy and see if I can find a different copy that's got the page. Well, that's a son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Missing a page.
Yeah, that's a little weird. Interesting. I wonder, I guess there's something important enough on it that they had to like, let's keep that out of
Yeah.
That's the digital copy too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why did
Let's see here. Yeah, I didn't realize it was missing a page. Yeah, I've seen some of the old occult books say right in the beginning, if you're not an initiate, burn this book. Okay, let's see, books. Full view. Okay, 78. I gotta go up some. 57, 56, 53. What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna have to go to the next one. If there is. Oh, son of a bitch. PDF. Okay, let's see if I can get it out of this one right here. 56. Is this the same book? I don't think this is the same one. Okay, I should be able to find it and then I'll read the 2 pages and then switch back. 56, 55. Okay, here we go. 54. Maybe I should put it on the screen. All right, hold on. Let me just take this off. Put this on. Doesn't it get bigger than that? 54. Wait, what was the other one we're at? 53. Okay, so 53 it starts off. The sun saw. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck, wrong one. Okay, here it is. Okay. Share screen. Damn it. I could push like 50 million buttons just to do this shit. Okay. The sons saw the life of their fathers, and thus the fathers lived in the sons. See, that scene is in. Cooper points out that scene is directly in The Lion King, where the lion looks into the puddle of mud and sees his father. And since the consciousness of Adam and Methuselah and the other patriarchs lived for centuries in their descendants, they were said to live personally. It was then as great a crime to marry outside the family as it is to marry within. Even among the early Norsemen, we learn that if anyone wanted to marry within the strange family, he was first obliged to mix blood. It must first be tested to see whether his blood would mix with that of the family into which he desired to marry, and thus homolysis was known to many in some of its phases at least. If the blood did not mix, it would bring about confusion of caste, as the Hindu says. Where was that? Confusion in caste. A straight line of the descent must be kept, for otherwise those pictures in the inner vision would become mixed and would be confused. This marrying in the family or tribe was engendered the selfishness and clannishness in the struggle and strife in the world. To break these up, the practice must be discontinued. Thus, when Christ came, he advocated the discontinuance of the practice when he said, quote, "Before Adam was I am," end quote. In effect, he said, "I do not care for the race father, but I glory in the I am, the ego, that was long before he was." And he also said, quote, "Who does not leave father and mother cannot follow me. As long as you are tied to the family, the nation, the tribe, you are siding with the old blood, the old ways, and cannot amalgamate into the universal brotherhood. That can only come when people marry internationally, because when there are so many nations, the way to unite them is through marriage. Let Abraham, the race and tribe father, die. Let the I am live." Christ knew the occult fact that the mixture of blood in international marriage always kills something. If it does not kill the body, it kills something else. If we mate a horse and a donkey, here he goes with this shit again. The outcome is a hybrid, the mule. In that mule, something is missing on account of the mixture of strange blood, namely the faculty of propagation, which is lacking in all hybrids. Similarly, when we marry internationally, something else is destroyed, and that is the pictures of inner inner vision. Different pictures of different families clash. And so the clairvoyance, the touch of the spiritual world with the memory of nature, was waned since the practice of marrying in the tribe was broken up. The Highland Scot who marries in the clan and gypsies alone retain the second sight and measure. Thus we see the blood is now differently constituted from what it was in the earlier ages of human evolution. The body of Jesus was pioneer vehicle of superlative purity at the time when the Christ spirit entered it, as the means of ingress to the center of the earth by the identical path which had previously been taken by Hiram Abiff when he jumped into the molten sea and was conducted along the path of initiation to the center of the earth where Cain, his ancestor, dwelt. The journey of the Christ is recorded in the epistles of Jude after Christ had been freed from the flesh by the violent death of Golgotha. When anyone is killed, the venous blood with its impurities clings closely to the flesh, and therefore the arterial blood, which flows distinctly cleaner than it would otherwise be, is more free from passion and desire, and being etherealized by the great Christ Spirit. The cleansed blood of Jesus overflowed the world, purified the etheric region of selfishness to a great extent, and gave man a better chance to draw to himself materials which will allow him to form altruistic purpose and desires. Thus, the age of altruism was there inaugurated. By faith in this blood and by imitation of the Christ life, the sons of Seth are therefore provided with the means of purging from themselves the curse of selfishness, while the sons of Cain were given the emblem of the rose and the cross to teach them to work faithfully to make the molten sea, the philosopher's stone, and to find the new word, which shall admit them into the kingdom, for they believe were in works and their for they believe more in works than in faith. The accompanying chart shows graphically the three ages mentioned in the article. The first age, when each human being was complete creative unit, male and female, double sex, and raised by one hierarch, Melchizedek, who filled a dust office as king and priest. So the diagram, it's a wild diagram. The second age, when the division of the race into man and women and the division of the rulership into state and church caused war and strife. The state espouses the cause of fatherhood and man and upholds the male ideal of arts, crafts, and industry embodied in Hiram Abiff. The church espouses the cause of motherhood and women and holds aloft the female ideal of love and hearth and home embodied in the Madonna and her child. It is the conflicting interests of the man and the woman, the home and the shop, the church and the state, which cause the economic struggle, the war and the strife with which mankind is cursed, and which make all long and pray for the reign of peace. The third age, the divine Christ, who like Melchizedek shall fill the dual office of king and priest, and shall rule over a purged and glorified humanity which has risen from sex love to soul love. Okay, let me see if I can go back to this book. What page am I on? 58. Should be 58, 56. Oh, it looks like they didn't unfold the picture. And
Oh,
50,
another that was like done on purpose, huh?
57, 58. Here it is. Oh, okay. Okay, so this was where it gets a little bit crazy. I mean, the whole book is crazy, but when we expose a piece of iron to the air, the oxygen contained in the latter element oxidizes the iron and in time disintegrates it. This process is commonly known as rusting. The blood comes in contact with the air every time it passes through the lungs. And as a needle is drawn to a magnet, so does the oxygen of the inspired air coalesce with the iron in the blood. The process of combustion takes place, which is similar to the rusting or oxidation which we observed in the iron exposed to the air. The ether contained in the dense fiber of wood, after the latter has undergone combustion in a stove, passes outwards through the iron in the form of semi-invisible heat waves vibrating at different velocities, according to the degree of heat in the furnace. So the spiritual vibration generated by the combustion of oxygen and iron in our physical bodies passes outwards and colors our invisible vehicles according to their vibrational pitch. Low vibrations are seen as red, higher as yellow, and the highest as blue. Experience has taught us that the combustible material may be placed in a furnace and all conditions necessary to combust may be present, but that until the match is applied to the material remain unconsumed. Those who have studied the laws of combustion know also that a forced draft carries with it great quantities of air, which is necessary to obtain heat from fuel containing much mineral. The reason for this condition lies in the fact that the minerals, being the lowest in the scale of evolution, vibrate at the corresponding slower rate than the planet, animal, or man. It requires a maximum effort to raise their vibration to such a pitch that combustion may liberate their spiritual essence. The oxygen is the accelerator of this process. For the same amount of oxygen supplied, the good vegetable fuel, which naturally vibrates at a much higher rate than mineral, the furnace would be in danger of destruction because the intensity of the heat generated. A similar process takes place within the body, which is the temple of the spirit. This is the flame which kindles the inner fire and generates the spiritual product, which passes outward from the warm-blooded creatures as heat radiates from a stove. Cold-blooded creatures are low in the scale of evolution that they may as yet no life within themselves, but are worked upon by the group spirit from without entirely, and it is the group spirit which generates the life giving currents responsible for the animation of these creatures. These currents pass inwards to sustain the nascent life until it shall be able to respond and begin to send currents outwards from itself. These radiant lines of force emanating visibly to the physical sight from the dense bodies are our aura, as already stated. While the color of each individual's aura differs from that of all other individuals, there is nevertheless a basic or ground color showing its status in the scale of evolution. In the lower races, this is where the racism is. He's very gently talking about it. In the lower races, this ground color is dull red, like the color of slow burning fire, indicating their passionate, emotional nature. When we examine people upon a somewhat higher rung of the ladder of evolution, the basic color or vibration radiated by them is seen to be of an orange hue, by the yellow of an intellect mixed with red of passion, by the spiritual alchemy unconsciously performed by them as they travel along the path of progress and learn to make their emotions subservient to mind in a measure. Through many experiences in the school of life, they are gradually freeing themselves from bondage of the martial Lucifer spirits and the war god Jehovah, whose colors are scarlet and red, also by obeying consciously or unconsciously the unifying altruistic Christ spirit whose vibrations produce a yellow color, which is thus mingling with the red and will gradually obliterate it. The golden aureole plants painted by the artist gifted with the spiritual sight around the holy men is a physical representation of the spiritual promise which applies to humanity as a whole, though it has only been realized by a few who are called saints. After lives of battle with their passions, after patient persistence and well doing, high aspirations, and steadfast adherence to lofty purposes, these people have raised themselves above the red ray and are now entirely imbued with the golden Christ ray and its vibration. The spiritual fact has been embodied by medieval artists gifted with spiritual sight. pictures of saints whom they represent as surrounded by golden aureole, indicating their emanation from the power of the Lucifer spirits of Mars, who are fallen angels, as well as from Jehovah and his angels, who belong to an earlier stage of evolution and are the warders of national and race religions. Lucifer spirits find expression in the iron in our blood. Iron is a Mars metal, difficult to start into high vibration, so difficult that it takes many lives of great effort to change the product of its combustion into a gold color, which designates the saint. When that has been achieved, the greatest feat of alchemy has been performed. The base metal has been changed to gold. The wonderful alloy of the molten sea has been made from the dross of the earth. All that remains is to pull the plugs and pour it. The natural golden color is the Christ ray finding its chemical expression in the oxygen, a solar element. And as we advance upon the path of evolution towards universal brotherhood, even those who are not professedly religious acquire a tinge of gold in their auras due to the higher altruistic impulses common to the West. Paul speaks of this as, quote, the Christ being formed in you, end quote. For when we have learned to mix the alloy by spiritual lives, when we vibrate the same pitch as he, we are Christ-like, ready, as said, to pull the plugs of crucibles and pour the molten sea. Christ is liberated on the cross through spiritual centers located where the nails are said to have been driven, and elsewhere. And one who is prepared to the molten sea is also instructed by the teacher how to pull the plugs and soar into the higher spheres, or the Masonic saying is to travel in foreign countries. This is a harmony with the dictum of Christ that to become his disciple one must leave father and mother. That is one of the hard sayings of the gospel and generally misunderstood because it is taken to refer to our physical father and mother in the present life, whereas in the esoteric point of view, something very different was intended. To get the idea, let us once more call to mind that the Lucifer spirits, by the introduction of iron into the system, made it possible for the human ego to become an indwelling spirit. But continued oxidation of the blood renders the body undesirable as a habitation in time, and death ensues. Well, that's weird. Therefore, through the Lucifer spirits helped us into the body, they are also truly the angels of death, and the progeny of Samuel and Eve are subject thereto, as well as the children begotten by her and Adam, for all our flesh. The sun is the center of life and rules the life-giving gas, as we know as oxygen, which coalesces with the martial iron. Therefore, Christ, the Lord of the Sun, is also the Lord of life. And when by spiritual alchemy, as he has been explained, we become like him. We are immortal, and thus we leave our father Samuel and our mother Eve, and death has no more dominion over us. That does not mean that death may not happen to the body of such people, but the body is entirely under their control. The body used by such people usually lasts for many hundreds of years unless it becomes expedient to take another one. Then, by the same process of spiritual alchemy, they are able to create an adult body for themselves and leave the old body, which they desire to discard for the new one which they have made previously and fitted to serve their purpose. The question will now probably arise in the reader's mind: how can an initiate create such a new adult body, ready to wear before he relinquishes his old one? The answer to this question involves an understanding of the law of assimilation. This reminds me of that John Malkovich movie.
Yeah.
But when all the people get into John Malkovich and then he's gone, but
Being John Malkovich, yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't see it. I know about it. I never saw it.
it's very bizarre.
Yeah, sounds like a bizarre movie. I'd like to something I'd watch.
It's pretty good. It's definitely surrealism.
Yeah, I
It
like
should be.
absurdism.
I think it was written by a cultist. But it should be said in the first place that no one who has just become aware of the spiritual world and perhaps learned to function in the soul body only recently is capable of performing this feat. This requires a vastly more spiritual development. Only those who are able very high in the scale of initiation at our present time are able to perform the feat. The method is, however, said to be as follows. When food is taken into the body of anyone, be he adept or ignoramus, the law of assimilation is that he must first overpower each particle and conform it to himself. He must subdue and conquer the individual cell life before he can become part of his body. When this has been done, the cell will stay with him for a longer or shorter time according to the constitution and place and evolution of the life that dwells within it. The cell composes of tissue that has been once incorporated in the animal body and interpenetrated by the desired body has the most evolved cell life. Therefore, this life is quickly reasserts itself and leaves the body into which it has been temporarily assimilated. Hence, one who lives upon the flesh diet must replenish his food supply very often. Such material would therefore be unsuitable for the purpose of building a body that has to wait for some time before the adept enters it. Food consisting of vegetables, fruits, and nuts, particularly when these are ripe and fresh, is interpenetrated by the great deal of the ether which composes the vital body of the plant. These are much easier to subdue and to incorporate into the polity of the body. Also, they can much longer there before the individual cell life can assert itself. Therefore, the adept who wishes to build a body ready to wear before he leaves the old one naturally rebuilds it of fresh vegetables, fruits, and nuts, taking them into his body, which he uses daily, where they become subjected to his will.
Wow.
Excuse me. Part of himself. The soul body of such a man is naturally very large and powerful. He separates a part of that and makes a mold or matrix into which he may build each day physical particles superfluous to the nourishment of the body he is using. Thus, by degrees, having assimilated a considerable surplus of new material, he may also draw upon the vehicle he is wearing for material that can be incorporated in the new body. So in the corpse of some time, he gradually transmutes one body into the other. And when the point is reached where emaciation of the old body would be observable to the outside world and cause comment, he would have balanced matters so that the new body is ready to wear. He can then step out of the old and into the new. But he does not do that merely for the purpose of living in the same community. It is possible for him, by reason of his great knowledge, to use the same body for many centuries in such a manner that it would still seem young, for there is no wear and tear upon such as we ordinary mortals cause by our passions, emotions, and desires. But when he does create a new body, it is always, as far as the writer knows, for the purpose of leaving the environment in which he is at that time and taking up his work in a new place. It is by reason of this fact, that we hear of men like Cagliostro, Saint Germain, and others who one day appeared in a certain environment, took up an important work, and then disappeared. Nobody knew whence they had come or whether they had gone, but everybody that knew these people were ready to testify to their remarkable qualities, whether for the purpose of vilification or praise. This transition of adept from the dominion of death to the realm of immortality was foreshadowed in the daring heat leap by Hiram Abiff, the Grand Master Worksman of Solomon's Temple, into the seething sea of molten metal, and his passage through the 9 arch-like strata of the earth, which form the path of initiation. Also in the baptism of Jesus and the subsequent descent from Golgotha into the subterranean region where his vital body is still kept awaiting the day of final egress from the Christ Spirit at the second advent. In our next chapter, we shall follow Hiram Abiff along the path of initiation to the embodiment he wore the time of Christ's reappearance upon the earth, showing where and how he received the new initiation. That's interesting. Part 2, Philosopher's Stone. Those who have studied the writings of the ancient alchemists have always been much mystified by what is said concerning the Philosopher's Stone and the process of transmuting the base metals into gold. These claims have naturally given rise to a great deal of vague speculation. From time to time, students have asked for the direct statement from the writer concerning the subject of paramount importance. As we are standing upon the threshold of the new age, where this precious jewel with all its power will be evolved and possessed by considerable numbers of people, we feel that it is important to divest and subject all the mystery that surrounds it and speak in plain terms concerning the matter. Then all who really wish to take the trouble involved, for it involves arduous labor, nothing worth having being ever gained without cost, may know how to make for himself this great gem. We are taught at the beginning God created heaven and earth, the whole universe, in fact, and we understand that this great creative force expresses itself either in will or imagination. By imagination, the great architect of the universe must first have visualized everything as it is now, or as it was first created, and then by his will the physical atoms were marshaled into the matrix of thought, thus gradually bringing the universe into manifestation as designed by its creator. Nor is the process complete, but will continue until the whole has become perfect as originally designed. Divine hierarchies who have carried out the plan of the great creator also use the same dual creative force when fashioning the crystal and the mineral, the leaf of the plant, or the shape of the animal. Their powerful imagination pictures in the archetypal region of the earth that which they desire or to create, and their concentrated will molds the coarser matter into a matrix until it assumes the definite physical form as desired. Man, the spirit, has a like creative power and has through the ages under the guidance of the gods learned to build bodies of increasing value as instruments for its expression. The pilgrimages through matter was undertaken for the purpose of making him an independent creative intelligence, and to attain that end it is necessary that he should at the proper time be emancipated from the guardianship of the gods, so that he might learn to create not only for himself, but also to aid and teach others to the great school of life. During the course of his evolution, man has become more and more enlightened concerning the mystery of life. But nevertheless, it is only a few hundred years ago when life and liberty were endangered by the expression of opinions in advance of the commonly accepted views. It's for this reason that the alchemists who had studied more deeply than the majority were forced to embody their teachings in highly allegorical and symbolical language. Their teaching concerning the spiritual evolution of man and their use of the terms salt, sulfur, mercury, and azoth, so mystifying to the masses, were nevertheless rooted in cosmic truths, highly illuminating to the initiate. Students of the Rosicrucian teachings who have learned how the world came to being in the process of gradual creation should have no more difficulty in properly understanding every part of the alchemist language. We know in the first place. Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying, interesting.
Yeah. We know in the first place that there was a time when man in the making was hermaphrodite, male, female, to be able to create from himself. And we remember also that at the time he was like a plant in other respects. His consciousness was like that which we possess in dreamless sleep, and which is possessed by the plant. The vital energy which is absorbed into the body was used solely for the purpose of growing until the time of propagation came, when a new budding body was cast off to grow also. There was no incentive to action, but if there had been, man would have had no mind or will to direct it. For the emancipation of humanity from the negative condition, one half of the creative force was turned upward under the direction of angels for the purpose of building a larynx in the brain. that man might learn to create by thought as do the divine hierarchies and express the creative thought in words. Thus, man ceased to be physically hermaphrodite and became unisexual. He can no longer create from himself physically as do the hermaphrodite plants, nor psychically as do the Elohim, the male-female hierarchs whose image he was originally made, and thus he occupies at the present time an un, unenviable intermediate position between the plant and the god. At the time when one half of the human sex force was diverted for the purpose of building the brain, men were helpless and lacking in knowledge of how to overcome conditions. They did not even have the consciousness to know that there was a difficulty, and had no outside help been given to the race, must have died out. Therefore, the angels from the moon, who were guardians of mankind, herded the sexes together in great temples at times when the interplanetary lines of force were propitious to propagation, and thus they perpetuated the race. It was also proposed that when the brain had been completed, the lords of Mercury, elder brothers of our present humanity who excelled in intelligence, should teach us how to use the mind and make it truly creative, so that we would no longer be dependent upon the separate sexual process of generation now in vogue. Thus, by the work of the two great hierarchies, we were raised from the unconsciousness to the first stage of creative intelligence, from plant to God. We have also learned that this plan was frustrated by the Lucifer spirits, stragglers from the humanity of the moon period, who live upon the planet Mars. They needed a physical field of action, but were unable to create one for themselves. Hence, for selfish reasons, they taught humanity how by cooperation of the sexes a new body may be created at any time. And in order to give an incentive, they installed into mankind the animalistic, passionate natures which we now possess. Some pretty elaborate explanations. Thus, the ancient alchemists, the angels from the moon, which rules the saline tides of the sea, were designated the term salt. They had found that the certain amount of salt in the blood is necessary to the mental processes. Also, that excess in salt in the blood produces insanity, as best proven by the experience of shipwrecked sailors who became lunatics when they drank water containing the lunar element salt. Thus, also, they established a connection between the moon and the mind. So it's interesting because salt water can't conduct electricity,
Mhm.
and so salt in the blood would keep the blood from conducting electricity. And let's see. The fiery Lucifer spirits who had taken such a baneful part in man's evolution became associated with the fiery element sulfur. The alchemist said that man is rendered unconscious and dies by continuous inhalation of this element. So man, the spirit, was rendered unconscious of and dead to the spiritual realms by the teachings which were instilled into him by the Lucifer spirits. The metal mercury, they contended, is the most elusive of all metals. It will penetrate and evaporate through most substances with which it is brought into contact, and therefore they likened to it the lords of Mercury, who are past masters in penetrating the secrets of nature by the mind. Mercury is also capable of freeing the spirit from its physical prison house. By the process of generation carried on the propitious time under the guidance of angels, man was treading the path from plant to God, following the highway of evolution as originally planned.
Mm.
From this path, he strayed into the byway of degeneration, led by the Lucifer spirits, and is therefore now, as it were, in a slough from which he cannot extricate himself, save with the help of others further advanced than he. When this becomes apparent to him and he starts to search for light, he stands at the pathway of regeneration guarded by the lords of Mercury, who with their wisdom will guide him toward the desired goal. The method was outlined by the ancient alchemists, who we shall discuss when we have summed up in the few words the points made. These must be firmly fixed in the mind to appreciate the full value of what follows. The creative force used by God to bring the solar system into manifestation, the force used by the divine hierarchies to form the physical vehicle of the lower kingdoms over which they rule as group spirits, expresses itself in dual manner as will and imagination, and is the same as the united creative force of the male and female, which results in the creation of the human body. At one time, man was bisexual, male, female, and therefore each was able to propagate his species without assistance from anyone else. But one half of the creative force had been temporarily diverted upwards to build a brain and larynx in order to enable him some time to create by his own mind, to form thoughts and speak the word of power that shall make his thoughts flesh. These great creative hierarchies were particularly concerned in bringing about this change. The angels from the moon, the Mercurians, and the Lucifer spirits from Mars. The alchemists connected the angels from the moon, which rules the saline tides, with the element salt. The Lucifer spirits of Mars with the element sulfur. The Mercurians with the metal mercury. They used this symbolic presentation partly because of the religious intolerance which made it unsafe to promulgate any other teaching that sanctioned by the Orthodox Church of that day, partly because humanity as a whole was not yet ready to accept the truths which were embodied in their philosophy. They also spoke of the fourth element, Azoth, the name composed of the first and last letters of our classical languages, and intended to convey the same idea as Alpha and Omega, all of that inclusiveness. This referred to that to what we now know as the spiritual ray of Neptune, which is an octave of Mercury and which is sublimated essence of spiritual power. Neptune. The alchemist knew that the moral and physical nature of man had become gross and coarse on the account of the passions inculcated by the Lucifer spirits, and that therefore the process of distillation and refinement was necessary to eliminate these characteristics and elevate man to the sublime heights where the splendor of the spirit is no longer obscured by the coarse coating which now hides it from view. They therefore regarded the body as a laboratory and spoke of the spiritual processes in chemical terms. They noted that the processes have their inception in their particular field of activity in the spinal cord that forms the link between the two creative organs, the brain, which is the field of operation for the intellectual Mercurians, and the genitals, which are the vantage ground of the sensuous and passionate Lucifer spirits. This tripartite spinal cord was to the alchemists the crucible of consciousness. They knew that in the sympathetic section of the cord, which governs the functions that have to do particularly with the upkeep and welfare of the body, the lunar angels were especially active, and this segment was therefore designated as the element salt. The segment governing the motor nerves, which expend the dynamic energy stored in the body by our foods, they saw clearly to be under the dominance of the martial Lucifer spirits, and they therefore named the segment sulfur. The remaining segment, which marks and registers the sensations carried by the nerves, was named Mercury, because it was said to be under the dominance of the spiritual beings from Mercury. Spinal canal, contrary to the ideas of anatomists, is not filled with fluid, but with a gas that is like steam, and that it may be condensed when exposed to outside atmosphere, but may also be superheated by the vibratory activity of the spirit to such an extent that it becomes brilliant and luminous fire, the fire of purification and regeneration. This is the field of action of the great spiritual hierarchy from Neptune, and designated Azoth by the alchemists. This spiritual fire is not alike in every man, nor is it luminous in one as it is another. The state thereof depends upon the spiritual advancement of the person in question. When the aspirant of the higher life has been instructed in these mysteries of symbolism and the time had come to speak to him plainly, the following teachings were communicated to him, not necessarily in the words nor in this manner, but at any rate he was given to understand, and it was made clear to him that anatomically man belongs to the animals, and that below the kingdom in the scale of evolution are plants. They are pure and innocent. Their prerogative practices are untainted by passions, and their whole creative force is turned upwards towards the light, where it manifests as the flower, a thing of joy and beauty for all to behold. That's why they use the rose. Yet the plants are unable to do otherwise, for they have no intelligence, no consciousness, the outside world, no free will in action. They can only create in the physical world. However, above man in the scale of evolution are the gods, creators upon the spiritual and physical planes. They are also pure as the plants, for their whole creative force is also turned upwards and is expended in whatever manner their intelligences direct. And knowing good and evil, they always do good by choice. Between the gods of the plant kingdom stands man, a being endowed with intelligence, creative power, and free will to use it for good or ill. At present, however, he is dominated by the passion instilled by the Lucifer spirits, and sends one half of his creative force downward from the light to gratify his senses. In his innermost soul, he realizes that this is wrong, and hence he hides his creative instinct in shame and is outraged when it is dragged into the light. This condition must be altered ere spiritual progress can be made, and therefore you must carefully consider the similarity between the chaste plant and the pure spiritual gods who both turn their whole creative power upwards towards the light. In the course of evolution, you have risen above the plant, which has creative power only in the physical world, and have become like the gods, possessing creative power on both the mental and physical planes of being, besides intelligence and free will to direct it. This was accomplished by the diversion of one half of your sex force upwards for building the brain and larynx, organs which are still fed and nourished by this uplifting half of the sex force. But while the gods direct their whole creative force to altruistic purposes by the power of mind, you still squander one half of your divine heritage upon desire and self gratification. If therefore you would become as they, you must learn to turn your whole creative energy upward to be used under the direction of your intelligence entirely. Thus only can you become as the gods and create from yourself by the power of your mind and the great word, whereby you may speak the creative fiat. Remember that physically you were once hermaphrodite like the plant, able to create from yourself. Look into the future now through the perspective of the past and realize that your present unisexual condition is only a temporary phase of the evolution, and that in the future your whole creative force must be turned upwards so that you shall become a hermaphrodite spiritually, and thus able to objectify your ideas and speak the living word, which shall endue them with life and make them vibrant with vital energy. This dual creative force, thus expressed through the brain and larynx, is the elixir vitae, which springs from the living stone of the spiritual hermaphrodite philosopher. The alchemical process of kindling and elevating it is accomplished in the spinal cord, where the salt, sulfur, mercury, and azoth are found. It is raised into the candescence by high and noble thought, by meditation upon spiritual subjects. See, this all comes from India, I'm telling you. And by altruism expressed in the daily life. The second half, the creative energy thus drawn upward through the spinal canal, is the spinal spirit fire, the spirit of wisdom. Gradually, it is raised higher and higher. When it reaches the pituitary body and the pineal gland in the brain, it sets them to vibrating, opening up the spiritual worlds, enabling man to commune with the gods. Then this fire radiates in all directions and permeates the whole body in its auric atmosphere, and man has become a living stone, whose luster surpasses that of a diamond or ruby. He is the philosopher's stone. There are many other symbols and similes taken from the world of chemistry and applied to the processes of spiritual growth, which eventually make men living stones in the temple of God, but such as an ashlar. But enough has been said in the foregoing to show what was meant by the ancient alchemists. By such terms and reason, they had clothed their teachings in symbolic language. The way of initiation is, however, and has always been upon to anyone who really and truly seeks for enlightenment and is willing to pay the price, the coin of self-denial and self-sacrifice. Therefore, seek the temple door, and you shall find it. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. If you seek prayerfully, if you knock persistently, and if you labor manfully, you will in time reach the goal, and you will become the philosopher's stone. So he's talking about the Kundalini.
Isn't that like something to do with like what stuff?
No, it's the New Agers. They sell the weird shit like that.
I thought it had something to do. I don't know why I heard, but I wasn't sure that it had something to do with like what the OTO kind of stuff does, man on man.
Yeah, they're insane. I mean, I'm not for the Kundalini stuff, but I'm not defending it. But it's a complicated subject. They turn everything into like material things. They don't understand it's all symbolism of these
Gotcha.
the strange science that these people claim. Let's see, Chase Life. I think Cooper skips this part. Whoa. Waiting for the ego. Yeah, I think I might skip this part. Because there was this other part that, damn it, there was this part that Cooper read that was really, Rosicrucians teach, blah, blah. Wait, they teach, what the Rosicrucians teach then is that marriage between people who will limit their use of the creative function. The purpose of propagation is eminently good, noble, and yeah, let's skip this part. Here we go. This should be it. In an earlier chapter, we noted that the transition of the adept from the dominion of death to the realm of immortality was foreshadowed in the daring leap of Hiram Abiff, the Grand Master workman of the Solomon's Temple, into the seething sea of molten metal and his passage through the 9 arch-like strata of earth which form the path of initiation. We also remember that at the end of the journey, Hiram Abiff, the son of Cain, received from his ancestor a new hammer and a new word for use in the new age. According to the Gospels, we also find that Jesus, the son of Seth, immediately after his descent from Golgotha, entered the subterraneous strata, where he remained for some time in communion with the spirits who dwell there. Thus, the various strata of the earth, from the circumference to the center, form a path of initiation, both for the sons of Seth and the sons of Cain. That is the reason why little or nothing is said of the inner construction of the earth in the multitude of books dealing with subjects of occultism. Those who are simply psychics do not know, and those who know are not saying much. There's a chapter on the subject in the Rosicrucian Cosmic Conception which gives about all that one dares to tell, and to that reader is referred for further information than here given. Damn, I'm gonna have to go to that book next. The path of the initiation is guarded in various ways. While we walk the earth in our physical bodies, we are drawn towards the center of the earth by the force of gravitation. But our bodies being solid, that is to say, of the same density as the material whereof our globe is composed, we are thus prevented from sinking to the earth by displacement as we would sink in water, or by interpenetration as we would pass through ether. When death comes and we shed this so-called mortal coil, we find ourselves in vehicles that are finer than elements of the earth. A person clothed in these finer vehicles could easily penetrate through the various strata of our globe to the center if there were no other obstacles. Having shed the dense body, he is no longer subject to gravitation, but to levitation, and on that account he usually finds it sufficiently difficult to stay upon the surface of the earth. Only during the first part of his post-mortem experience, when he is still loaded down to the coarsest ether and desire stuff, is this possible for him. The more he has gathered of the denser substance by indulgence of his lower nature and cultivation of the habit of drunkenness, covetousness, hatred, malice, immoral emotions, and disrespectable vices, the easier it is for him to stay around low saloons, gambling houses, red light districts, and kindred places. But the man of high ideals and lofty aspirations, who would be the one likely to seek the path of initiation, feels the impelling force of levitation, drawing him outward into the pure strata of the air where the first heaven is located, and is thus effectually prevented from trespassing upon the path of initiation. Stories are told of initiates having overcome the law of gravitation in order to rise in the air at certain times for the definite purpose while still in the dense body. Excuse me. Initiates are also taught how to suspend the law of levitation when they are in their soul bodies, and how to pass through the 9 strata of the earth. It is said that Jesus was the son of a carpenter, but Greek word is tekton, which means builder. Arch in the Greek name. What's that?
Interesting. But Jesus
Yeah.
wasn't a carpenter, he was a builder.
Yeah. Arch
Interesting.
is the Greek name of primordial matter. It is also said that Jesus was carpenter tekton himself, and it is true he was a tekton builder or mason, son of God, great architect. At the age of 33, when he was taken the 3 times 3 9 degrees of the mystic masonry, he descended to the center of the earth. So does every other tekton, mason, or freemason, child of light, as the Egyptian called such, descend through the 9 arch-like strata of the earth. We shall find at the time of the first advent of Christ both Hiram Biff, the son of Cain, and Solomon, son of Seth, were born to take him from him the next great initiation into the Christian mysteries. In the last chapter we saw, while considering the philosopher's stone, that the spinal cord is the principal laboratory of the alchemist. The spinal spirit fire generated by turning the creative force upward through the spinal cord canal, passing it between the pituitary gland and the pineal gland of the brain, gives to man a third eye, as it were, wherewith to see in the spiritual worlds. When this serpentine spirit fire has been sufficiently evolved, he may read by its light and wisdom of the ages. Therefore, Christ exhorted his disciples to be wise as serpents. It is used at least once in the Hebrew Bible in the 58th Psalm. In ancient Egypt, the pharaohs and kings and priests holding a double office, and they therefore wore a double crown with the uraeus, or serpent head, so placed that when wearing this crown, the uraeus seemed to protrude from the emperor's forehead between the eyebrows. The serpentine uraeus was therefore an apt symbol of wisdom of the wearer. It will be remembered that according to the Bible, the story of Lucifer's spirit appeared to Eve as a serpent, the son of wisdom. Cain, according to the Masonic legend, was born with this union with Eve. It is also stated that the Lucifer spirit then left Eve, who thus became a widow, and Cain was thus the son of the Lucifer spirit, the serpent of wisdom, and Eve the widow. Every initiate to this day has the serpent symbol on his brow, and is known to his fellows by that token as son of the widow and the Lucifer spirit. Therefore, we shall trace Hiram Biff to his next embodiment by that mark. And as evidence given by the party against his own interest, and particularly valuable according to law, we call special attention to the following points gained from the Catholic Latin Testament. 1 Samuel 19, King James Version. Naoth is spoken of as the place where the school of prophets and seers dwelt, Samuel among others. Naoth is a Fleming plural of Naja, a serpent, which not Naga in Asian is serpent as well. The J and the G interchangeable, which I've already mentioned as being the Egyptian word used in the Bible. The Latin version, the same place is spoken of as Naim, and
Naim?
Yeah, what do you know what that means? Have you heard that word?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It means pleasant.
Oh, interesting. And Eusebius says it was located near Endor, famous as the abode of the witch, through whose instrumentality Saul spoke with Samuel after the latter had passed on. Well, that's weird. But it is not to be supposed that Naoth or Naim are places, or that they were used interchangeably. They describe two widely different classes of spiritually gifted people, which the ancient Egyptians had marked by placing the uraeus upon the brows of one and the navels of the other. Huh. So they wore a belt that was a serpent. The latter were mediumistic persons receiving the impressions from spirit controls through the solar plexus. They were properly designated Naoth by the Hebrews, who used the feminine suffix to indicate their negative qualities. But the voluntary clairvoyant of the initiate, represented by the Egyptians as having the serpentine uraeus in the forehead, were called Naim by the Hebrews, who used the male suffix to designate the positive spiritual faculty which they possess. In the Latin Catholic version of the New Testament, Luke chapter 7, verse 11 to 15, speaks of a person raised by Christ as the widow's son of Naim. Ah. That's hilarious. I didn't catch that when Cooper was reading it. As the serpent is not yet fully unfolded into the ninth arch of the lesser mysteries in the past, but can they become aspirants to the greater mysteries? Further, because the lodge of Freemason, children of light of ancient Egypt, are now transferred to the various branches of Anglo-Saxon race, where the sound Naim means nine. Nine. Originally a word, has been corrupted to mislead all not entitled to the knowledge. But all things change in this terrestrial sphere, and this applies also to the methods of initiation and requirements thereof. Hiram failed in his great effort to make the molten sea at the time when he was building Solomon's temple, because he, the son of the fiery Lucifer spirits, did not know how to blend the element fire with water poured into his mold by the sons of Seth, the creatures of the water god Jehovah. At that time he was given a new hammer and a new word. The hammer was the form of a cross. The word was written upon the disc. Therefore, before he was finally slain by his adversaries, and so he slept until as Lazarus, the widow's son of Naim. That's what I figured it was alluding to earlier. He was raised by the strong grip of the lion's paw, the Lion of Judah. So that's interesting. They're saying that Hiram Abiff was killed, and then his spirit lay dormant in Lazarus, which was resurrected by Jesus through the lion's paw. In the disc was found also the new cruciform hammer, and upon the disc a mystic symbol, the rose. These two symbols lie hidden the great secret of life, the blending of water and fire, as symbolized by the earth-born fluidic sap ascending to the stem of the calyx of the flower to the fire-tinted petals, born in the purity of the sun, but still guarded by the thorns of the marsh. That's that. It's all symbolism. I don't think that the right. Well, I don't know what the writer believes, but it's very interesting. Exoteric masonry which is only the husks of the mystic order formed by the sons of Cain, has in modern times attracted the masculine element with its positively polarized physical vehicles and educated them in industry and statescraft, thus controlling the material development of the world. The sons of Seth, constituting themselves the priestcraft, have worked their spell over the positive vital bodies of the feminine element to dominate spiritual development. Whereas the sons of Cain, working through Freemasonry and kindred movements, have openly fought for the temporal power, priestcraft has fought for strenuously and perhaps more effectively by stealth to retain their hold upon the spiritual development of the feminine element. To the casual onlooker, it would seem as if there were no decided antagonism between these two movements at the present time, but through Freemasonry of today, is but a shell of its true ancient mystic self, and through Catholicism has been terribly tarnished by the time of touch of time. I'm dyslexic.
Yeah.
In this one thing, there is no difference, namely that the war is as keen as ever. The efforts of the church are not concentrated upon the masses, however, as much as those who are seeking to live the higher life, so that they may gain admission to the mystery temple and learn how to make the philosopher's stone. As mankind advances in evolution, the vital body becomes more permanently and positively polarized, giving to both sexes a greater desire for spirituality. And though we change from the masculine and feminine alternate embodiments, positive polarity of the vital body is becoming more pronounced regardless of sex. This accounts for the growing tendency to outwards altruism, which is even being brought out by the suffering entailed by the great war as we are now fighting. Talking about World War One. For all agree that the nations are seeking to obtain lasting peace, for the swords may be made into plowshares, and the spears into pruning hooks. In the past, humanity has been claiming universal brotherhood as great ideal, but must be closer than that to being in full accord with the Christ. He said to his disciples, "Ye are my friends." Among brothers and sisters, hate and enmity may exist, but friendship is the expression of love and cannot exist apart from that. Universal friendship is therefore the magic word which will eventually level all distinctions, bring peace upon the earth and goodwill among men. This is the great ideal proclaimed by the Rosicrucian Fellowship, an ideal which points to the shortest way to the new heaven and the new earth, where the sons of Cain and the sons of Seth will eventually be united. Friendship. That's funny because that Freeman dude, he named his he had like a homemade Facebook that he made. It was called the Friendship Agenda. I thought that was funny. The chart printed in part 5 shows where the age of humanity lived in the peace and happiness of the guardianship of the ruler who held double office of king and priest, both being temporal and spiritual head of the double-sexed human race. He is called Melchizedek in the Bible terminology, and it is said that he was the king of Shalom, Shalom meaning peace. Since then, humanity has been divided into two sexes, male and female, and placed under the dual rulership of king having dominion over the temporal affairs and aiming to advance them by industry and statescraft. The priest, head of the priestcraft, exercising the spiritual authority in such a manner that they considered for the eternal good of their charges. Statecraft employed by the sons of Cain holds up the male ideal, Hiram Abiff, the master craftsman, son of fire, while the sons of Seth, as priestcraft, uphold the female ideal, the Virgin Mary, the Lady of the Sea. Mary.
Yeah. Maritime.
Yeah.
That's why it's called maritime law and the Holy See.
Yeah. Thus, fire and water, male and female, church and state are opposed to each other, with the inevitable result that the Great War has been waged ever since the separation. Sin, sorrow, and death. I think Cooper skipped this chapter. Neither marrying nor giving into marriage, where reigns King of Peace, exercising the dual office of King and Priest in the order of Melchizedek. So I mean, I kind of see what he's saying, but there's points that I disagree with and agree with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is just about the new dark broaded over deep space. Well, yeah, the evolutionary career. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Followed by a period of cold space and heat, planet making generating atmosphere, steam close to the fiery core, and mist further from the fiery center. When the mist had cooled sufficiently, it fell again to the rain upon the fiery core, to be re-evaporated, and thus continued in endless cycles, until by repeated boiling of the waters, an incrustation began to form around the fiery core. Upon the islands of the crust and the ocean of fire were first learned humanity dwelling in solid physical bodies, which were of course very dissimilar from those we have today. During the next stage, the crust of the earth became sufficiently strong to cover the whole inner core. Humanity lived then in the basins of the earth, in the land of mist, where the island of Avalon, which was so dense, breathing was accomplished by means of gill clefts similar to those of fishes and still seen in the human embryo. Technically, my girlfriend has a weird mark on her behind her ear, like a gill. It's very strange. When the mists of Atlantis commenced to settle, some of the forebears had grown embryonic lungs and were forced to the highlands years before their compeers. Therefore, they wandered into the wilderness, while the promised land as we know today, as merging from the lighter frogs at the same time under the growing lungs were fitted them to live under the present atmospheric conditions. Two more races were born at the basins of the earth after the pioneers had left it. Then a succession of floods drove them all to the highlands. The last flood took place when the sun by precession entered into the watery sign Cancer about 10,000 years ago, as told Plato by the Egyptian priests. Thus, we see that there is no sudden change of constitution or environment for the whole body, the whole human race, when a new epoch is ushered in. But the overlapping of conditions which makes it possible for the majority, by gradual adjustment, to enter into the new conditions through the change may seem sudden to the individual when the preparatory work has been accomplished unconsciously. The metamorphosis of the frog from the denizen of the water and the airy elements gives an analogy of the past emergence of the humanity from the continent of Atlantis to the rainbow age of Ariana. See, this is where the Aryan race bullshit comes in. The transformation of an earthworm to a butterfly soaring in the skies is an apt illustration of the coming change of our present state and condition of those of the new Galilee, where the kingdom of Christ will be established. And what the change of the human constitution and environment is to be may be seen in examining the past conditions as outlined in the Bible, which agrees with the occult traditions and the main points. This new heaven and earth now in the making. When the heavenly time marker, the sun, came into Aries by precession, a new cycle commenced, and the glad tidings were preached by Christ. He said by implication of the new heaven and earth were not ready then, when he told his disciples, quote, "Whither I go, you cannot now follow, but you shall follow afterwards. I go to prepare a place for you and will come again to receive you," end quote. Later, John saw the vision of the new Jerusalem descending from heaven. Paul taught the Thessalonians with the word of the Lord that those who are Christ's at his coming shall be caught up in the air to meet him and be with him. Keep in mind, this guy's an illuminist, basically, for the age.
Sounds like it.
He's talking about the fucking rapture, which I don't believe in. But what he's saying is like the new age is going to come and there's going to be a wipeout on Earth, basically. Or I don't know.
Yeah.
This book's crazy.
It sounds pretty wild.
Yeah, this is the line with the tendencies shown by past developments. The Lemurian lived very close to the fiery core of the earth. The Atlanteans inhabited the basins somewhat further away from the center. The Aryans are driven by the flood to the hilltops where they are now living. See, I've never put this all together like this because I've read parts of his other book and I was like, he's talking about Lemurians and different evolutions of man. I didn't realize that he was also talking about them living at the core of the earth and all this stuff.
Yeah, it's like some, yeah. It could be also like symbolic. It has to be like, because
Yeah.
I don't believe in the hollow earth. I mean, I don't think it matters, but I don't think the earth is a globe either. So it's like, there's no middle. I mean, it could be, I guess, if you go down, there's like something deep, but I think the Russians dug a hole pretty deep and didn't find anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, my theory is even more obscure. I think that the Earth, nothing even exists technically.
Say it again?
Nothing even technically exists. We're all just.
Oh, wow.
I'm just joking. But, well, kind of in that. Okay, so the citizens of the coming age will inhabit the air. Yeah, so the Aryans were driven by the flood to the hilltops where they are now living. Notice the Aryan race stuff. India's got some of the highest mountains.
Mhm.
Citizens of the coming age will inhabit the air. Not sure what that means. I'm not sure if they're talking literally or. Let's see. But we know that our dense body gravitates towards the center of the earth, therefore, a change must take place. Also, Paul tells us the flesh and the blood cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven, but he also points out that we may have a soma suchikon. This translated natural body, a soul body, and this is made of ether, which is lighter than air and therefore capable of levitation. This is the golden wedding garment, the philosopher's stone, the living stone, spoken of in some time of ancient philosophies of the diamond soul. For it is luminous, lustrous, and sparkling, a priceless gem. It is also called the astral body by the medieval alchemists, because of the ability to be conferred upon the one who has it to traverse the starry regions, but it is not to be confounded with the desire body, which some of the modern pseudo occultists mistakenly call the astral body. This vehicle, the soul body, will eventually be evolved by humanity as a whole, but during the change of the Aryan epoch to the ethereal conditions of the new Galilee, there will be pioneers who precede their brethren as the original Semites did the change of the Atlantis to Ariana. See, that's why that fucking Lion King movie is so fucked up because it's got all the symbolism. They all go to the Pride Rock on the mountain.
Mm.
They're all. It's such a. It shows that Cain killing Abel or whatever, where Scar kills the other lion at the beginning. He makes him fall into the people, into the sea, or into the cattle. Uh, uh, 11th chapter, verse. Wait, where is that? Christ mentioned in this class in Matthew 11, chapter 12, verse. He said, "The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force." That is not a correct translation. It ought to be, quote, "The kingdom of heaven has been invaded." The Greek is biaxatia, biaxate, and invaders seize on her. Men and women already have learned through a holy, helpful life to lay aside the body of flesh and blood, either intermittently or permanently, and to walk the skies with winged feet, intent upon the business of their Lord, clad in the ethereal wedding garment of the new dispensation. This change may be accomplished through the life of simple helpfulness and prayer as practiced by devoted Christians, no matter with what church they are affiliated. If damn it, hold on, gotta fix my camera. Quit working for some reason. If they follow the path of the sons of Seth, others have attained by following the specific exercises given by the Rosicrucians, and thus the process of unification of the two streams is already underway. But the war between the flesh and the spirit is still raging in the breast of most people as fiercely as it is in the days when Paul gave vent to his pent up feelings and told us how the flesh was warring against the spiritual within himself, and how he did the wrong things which he would not do, and omitted the good deeds which he aspired so ardently to perform. Nor will the struggle ever cease for the mystic Mason until he has learned to build a temple made without hands, which is not completed until he has come to the 18th degree, which is the degree of the Rose Cross. This is the ultimate of the 33 degrees, the ultimate of the 33rd degree, for 3 times 3 are 9, and 9 plus 8 are 9. Wait, and 1 plus 8 are 9. 9 making the highest degree of the lesser mysteries. He who has passed this degree of the genuine mystic order is then and only then only the widow's son of Nine, or Nain, ready to be raised by the strong grip of the paw of the Lion of Judah, the kingdom of the heavens, there to receive the well done, thou good and faithful servant, enter into the joyful joy of your Lord, quote unquote, for quote, him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the house of God. Thence he shall see no more go out, end quote. He is then immortal, loosed from the wheel of birth and death. That's pretty wild. So they're saying there's, there's so much to this shit. It never. It seems it's like a bottomless pit of fucking digging into this. I'm on like you're at least year 17 of digging into this type of, because that episode I showed you earlier, I heard that originally like 17 years ago, and like I've this whole conspiracy, I've been sitting here looking at it for this whole time trying to figure it out, and that it's so it's so there's so much to it, you know what I mean, like okay, so I guess let's summarize here. In conclusion, it may be well to sum the points which have been made in these articles of Freemasonry and Catholicism, it being understood that if the term Catholicism, as here used, does not refer to the Roman Catholic Church alone, Catholic being taken as a sense of universal, so that the term includes all movements inaugurated by the sons of Seth, the priestcraft. The origin of the temporal and spiritual streams of evolution are as follows. Jehovah created Eve, a human being. The Lucifer spirit, Samael, united with Eve and begat a semi-divine son, Cain. As he left Eve before the birth of the child, Cain was the son of the widow and the serpent of wisdom. Then Jehovah created Adam, a human being like Eve. Adam and Eve united and begat a child, human like themselves, whose name was Abel. Jehovah, being a lunar god, is associated with water. Hence, there is enmity between Cain, the son of fire, and Abel, the son of water. So Cain slew Abel, and Abel was replaced by Seth. In time and through generations, the sons of Cain became the craftsmen of the world. Skilled in the use of fire and metal, their ideal was male. Hiram Abiff, the master worksman. The sons of Seth, or the male god. The sons of Seth, on the other hand, became the churchmen, upholding the feminine ideal, the Virgin Mary, the ruler of the people by the magic water placed at their temple doors. So they were worshiping the female god. Various attempts have been made to unite the two streams of humanity and emancipate them from their progenitors, Jehovah and the Lucifer spirits. With this end in view, the symbolical temple was built according to the instructions of Solomon. The son of Seth in the molten sea was cast by Hiram Abiff, the son of Cain, but the main object was frustrated, as we have seen, and the attempt at unification proved abortive. Moses, the divinely appointed leader of the old dispensation, afterwards reborn as Elijah, well, that's interesting, guided humanity through its ages of infancy and was finally embodied as John the Baptist, the herald of the new dispensation, the Christian era. At the same point in time, with the other actors in the world drama were also brought to birth that they might serve their brothers. The casting of the molten sea, Hiram Biff had been given the baptism of fire by Cain, which freed him from Lucifer's spirits. He was also given a new hammer and a new word. When the new era dawned, he was born as Lazarus, the widow's son of Nain, and raised by the strong grip of the lion's paw to rank the immortals as Christian Rosencreutz. Solomon, son of Seth, was reborn as Jesus. The baptism of water administered by John as representative of Jehovah freed him also. He yielded his body at the moment of the descending Christ spirit and ranged himself with the new leader. Religion has been terribly tarnished in the course of time. Its pristine purity has long since vanished under the regime of creed and is no longer Catholic, that is to say, universal. Sects and isms have branched out in one direction and another, but still Jesus from the invisible worlds enfolds in the love of all the sons of Seth who will call upon his name by faith. He will eventually unite the scattered churches of the kingdom of Christ. Christian Rosencreutz was given charge of the sons of Cain, who seek the light of knowledge at the sacred fires of the mystic shrine. As the creative energy implanted by the divine ancestor Samuel caused Cain to work and originate, so the same spiritual urge prompts his descendants to work out their own salvation through the fire of tribulation and fashion for themselves the golden auric wedding garment, which is the open sesame to the invisible world. And though the cleansing blood of Jesus is an absolute necessity to millions of weaker brothers, there can scarcely be any question when we assert that the more men and women who engage in mystic masonry to consciously build this temple of the soul, the sooner we shall see the second advent of the Christ. And the stranger will be the race which he shall rule by the law of love. Which this Missouri says that because it's the OTO says. Law of love. I mean, I don't think he's meaning the same thing, but yeah. So this book is strange. That was the last of it. I did skip like the first 20 pages, but I'm pretty sure I've already read those a while back. Yeah, so this book is weird. Same with the other book, Rose. Oh, yeah, I gotta go to the Rose Cosmic Conception book. That's what it was. Yeah, so he does go over some crazy shit in this book. The rebel angel Lucifer.
Lucifer is Venus. That's like divine feminine. I think because I think that's what it actually is.
And, it depends on which school. Sorry, go on.
No, because it's like that's why I kind of wonder, when people use the term Lucifer, like I think they kind of mean it to be like a satanic thing, but it's Venus. It's a form of the divine feminine. Well, that makes sense because all wisdom is feminine.
Let's see here. What was another book? Cosmo Conception. There was something I forget which chapter. It was let's see. Yeah, so we were going on this book the other night and just fucking talking about aliens and all sorts of weird shit. Okay, so this author is strange because he well, Sabrina said she was looking him up and that Heindel was not his real last name.
Oh.
And that he changed it to that and it was Von something, so he was Swiss.
Von something. So it might have been a way to because I think that what year was this?
It was like 1918 or something.
Okay. I don't know if at that time, but I know a lot of Von last names usually indicated some sort of nobility status. Like they would, if they
interesting.
So they might have changed it. Like when they added the D to the Rothschild,
Yeah.
that made him that gave him the noble status. They
Huh.
changed the name a little. They would change the name. That's why I think Avro Manhattan is also, he's got like, because he is nobility. He was nobility. So
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm related to some people in Switzerland, von Grauchning.
yeah. What is it? Von Groschning?
Von Grouchning.
Von
Uh,
Groschning. Interesting.
yeah, there's a town named after it. There's like a big hotel or something that's super old.
Hmm.
So I'm wondering what I should probably just look up keywords, try to think of so this book is very strange. Let's see here. 3 times 3. Yeah, it looks like he's getting into Jesus, 600 pages. Uh, the mineral plant consciousness. Yeah, so I'm wondering what part John is the Venus initiation.
What,
Christ
John?
himself. That's what it's saying.
Oh,
And then it says Jesus is the Vulcan, the
the Vulcan.
initiate of the Vulcan period. Which Jove was the god of the Vulcans. The Vulcan is it's a symbol of the well, I mean it depends on, but it's a symbol of Jehovah basically. Well, that's what Jordan Maxwell says, but it's a kind of, damn it. I need another cigarette. The yeah, so this whole book is let's go to some other references. Maybe well, at least okay. Let me look up a different word. I wonder if they mention Lazarus again. Maybe. Wait, oops. Or Hiram. Actually, Hiram might be. Is that spelled right? I guess he doesn't.
Hiram. Hiram. I wonder his name. I wonder what his name is. His name in Hebrew is Hiram.
Hiram. Huh. This is weird because I bet you he said in the other book that he wasn't a Mason, but I bet you that maybe he became a Mason in this book before this book. So now he can't talk about Hiram.
I don't see. I mean, I showed you that book that I got. I started reading it years ago, but then I got caught up with stuff. But like where these two Masons, like they try to find the origin like of the Hiramic legend. Hold on, let me find it. It's actually right over here.
Damn it, I can't.
I don't think this is actually in publication anymore. I bought it for $9 at Strand, which is anybody who's been to New York knows Strand Bookstore is a great bookstore.
Oh
Spent a
yeah.
good chunk of my childhood there.
I think your screen's oh, there you go. Oh, nice. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I've heard Cooper quote from that book.
Yeah. For some reason, Freemasons didn't like it, but I don't know I don't know the reason for it, but supposedly it like I don't know what it was that they didn't like. I don't remember, but yeah. They even got some pictures too.
Oh, nice. I might have a digital copy of that. Yeah, I've got I'm gonna have to share my book list of Masonic books with you because there's so many that fucking I've got like a million of them.
Oh, geez, I just busted the middle. God damn it! Whoops.
Mine are mostly PDF copies.
American maize plants and aloe plants carved into the fabric of Roslyn Chapel decades before Columbus sailed to the New World. Knights Templar.
Oh yeah,
A Mandean baptism in the 20th century. This is possibly how John the Baptist looked to. Look at how
yeah.
he's dressed.
Oh
Can you
yeah,
see it clear?
the Knights Templar had a what is that called? The
We've talked about them.
something that people always demonize these days. Damn it.
Oh my god, I'm tearing my
What is
whole
that
book
called?
apart.
Damn it, I'm really stoned. I can't think of the word. It's like named after one of the Old Testament guys. It's the something law or something.
Mm.
Damn it. I always see people demonizing it on Twitter.
Oh, but very interesting.
The
The face of the Shroud of Turin above portrays an uncanny likeness to Jacques de Molay.
ah that's hilarious.
That's actually, can you see it
That
clear?
does. That does. Yeah,
Oh,
I've seen
I can.
depictions of. That's crazy. That's fucking wild. I
Damn, I
wouldn't
gotta
doubt
read
it.
it. Heavenly Jerusalem by Lambert of St. Omar, who died in 1121 AD. It's a copy of one of the Nazarene scrolls discovered under Herod's temple by the Knights Templar, brought to Lambert by the order of St. Geoffrey de Omer.
They probably just told people it was Jesus so they wouldn't burn it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's interesting. I'm gonna Google that.
Yeah, like a painting of Jacques de Molay. Yeah. Carvings which could be seen.
That's really interesting. Demolay, what Shroud
Oh,
of
yeah.
Turin?
So here. The so-called Rosalind Chapel is in fact a reconstruction of the foundations of Herod's temple, and the imagery of the Nazarene description of the New Jerusalem built in the 15th century to house the Nazarene scrolls. It was discovered with Templar, Masonic, and Celtic carvings, but no Christian imagery. That's the Sinclair family.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know.
Wounded head.
They're Templars.
The so-called apprentice pillar.
Wrong button. Damn
The
it, how do I?
apprentice pillar in Rosalind Chapel is actually a kingly Boaz.
Boaz.
And this one is the Jachin.
Yeah. Pillars.
Tripartite primitive of marbles. Yeah, it's tough to
I wonder why the Masons didn't like that book.
What's up?
Have you read that book or
I
all the way
started
through?
reading it years ago, and then I got sidetracked, and I have it out on my to-do list, but I haven't gotten it. I haven't read it up yet.
It seems pretty good.
Yeah, it does. It was actually, and like I said, it was kind of controversial. So,
yeah, the that's interesting that Shroud of Turin, because I never thought the Shroud of Turin was Jesus. I always thought that
no,
was bullshit. It makes
that's
more
because
sense.
yeah, because the pictures of Jesus are actually like the images that they use of Jesus. I think were one of the Medici's. It was like
Yeah,
what's his name? Not Cosimo. It was some handsome.
Sazier,
What is it?
Sazier or something.
Yeah, Becca or Caesar.
Borgia.
It was a Borgia or a Medici. I don't know. I thought it was a Medici.
Yeah, Borgia.
Oh, way off.
Well, I mean, technically, they say that Constantine was making it after Zeus. Constantine was turning Jesus into Zeus.
Mhm.
All the pictures of Jesus before 300 AD, he's got no beard, and he's shaved head, and he's wearing priest garment, and he's holding a wizard wand. Strangely enough, I would assume he was Egyptian, or I mean, people speculate that some of the Hebrews were pharaohs, but I speculate there were two classes. There was the pharaoh class, and there was the poor class, and that some speculate that the what was that the one pharaoh who tried to protect the slaves that the damn it, I forget how the story goes. I think they talk about it in the Circle of Power documentary, which I don't co-sign everything that lady says. Grace Powers, very interesting character. Let's see. Yeah, so Man, this tobacco gets stronger and stronger. It's like super dry. It's like 5 degrees outside.
Yeah, that cold front's coming in tough. Tomorrow it's supposed to be freaking freezing.
Yeah, they got snow in Florida.
Yeah, well, there was this whole thing about the La Nina, and it was supposed to bring but it's like some weird because there are people like saying that this like some weird weather pattern that might knock out power or something. So I'm like, oh, lovely.
I hope not. That would suck.
Yeah, at least let me get down to Pennsylvania first, so I can be out of the city.
Yeah, the
See
city.
where
Oh,
people have guns.
just make sure your car's all gassed up. Or
That's
wait,
actually, yeah, right.
it might not drive good in the snow. I don't know. If it's that bad. Well,
Well,
most front wheel drive. If it's a light car, it should do good.
I have a minivan. I
Oh yeah,
drive an old Honda Odyssey. I bought it off my parents.
those are good cars.
Yeah, once you get the transmission fixed for the fourth time.
Oh Jesus.
Well, I'm
Holy
just
shit.
exaggerating. The truth is that the first people my dad had this mechanic who he went to, and I didn't trust him, but he did work, and he did the transmission the first time, and then couple of, like less than like maybe a couple like 2 or 3 years later, the transmission blew again, and I'm like, I'm
Jesus.
taking it to my guy. So I took it to my guy who was Russian, and Russians are
Oh
the
yeah.
best people because they actually like to do the work. And it turned out the guy that my dad brought it to, he gave it to two guys to fix in their backyard, and that's why it busted again. So,
Oh yeah. Spanish are usually pretty good mechanics too.
oh yeah, yeah. People who are willing to actually do
Ugh.
the work, that's who I like. But
Chewing
also,
vitamin C.
Mhm. Say it again.
Chewing vitamin C.
Yeah. The Russian guy I went to used to take care of all the taxis and the black cabs. So I trusted he had to do discounts, for them and like special deals. So he liked a customer like us, who actually like paid a full bill. So he would
Yeah.
work really quick and he would do everything very thorough and he would do a little extra. So yeah, but he's all the way in South Brooklyn, so I'm not gonna bring him there anymore. It's a
Oh yeah.
schlep.
Whoa. Yeah, it's hard to find a good mechanic.
Tell me
I know how
about
to do it, but I hate doing it.
it. Oh man, if I knew how to do it, I would do it. I would be doing everything. I'd be nonstop working on my car. That's why I like this because I want to learn how to do like my own work and stuff.
Oh
But
yeah. Yeah,
I gotta go.
I got a Jaguar I gotta fix.
It's gonna be fun. Jaguars are hard to work on, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean it's yeah, it's weird the exhaust just blew up. It's like what the fuck?
Yeah.
never had that happen before.
No, first time for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to get my catalytic converter wrapped. That's the only other thing I wanted to do. I got to go take it up to the boogie down to get that done. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw us off course. But,
Boogie Down Bronx.
the boogie
So
down
that is.
Bronx. Yeah. When I had the store and I used to sell Bronx grown weed, I used to label all the bags with where they came from. So like organically grown in Mendocino, organically grown in Massachusetts. And then I used to have for my Bronx stuff, I used to say organically grown in the boogie down Bronx. And I put that on all the
Yeah.
bags. I used to want to make a t-shirt with all the labels I made for all the strains and the brands that I carried. And I thought that'd be a really good piece of like merchandise if I still had my store. Like
Oh yeah.
tourists would come in and be like, "Oh, I came here all week. Yeah, get a shirt." You know, we had a
Yeah.
cool logo too. I miss my store.
Yeah, I was thinking about going to work at this weed farm. Fucking get a bunch of free weed and smoke it. I mean, I should probably ask for money, but
Yeah. Well, they usually pay you in like weed, and then you just
well, I mean, I don't really I just smoke it, but the
Mm.
what was it? The how was I gonna say? Yeah, I've thought about enlisting in the Navy. Work on a base. It's like last year I could do it. I was gonna go a long time ago, but dropped out because they wanted to give me 17 vaccines. I was gonna ask for some kind of religious immunity or something from it. And if they can't do that, then I'm definitely not going.
Yeah, I don't know what the situation is with that, but you know, my lawyer who did who did our first case, he went into the Navy, and I wonder that also if he had to get all the vaccines, because I don't know if there's a way out of it, but
Yeah, because they were like, oh, they're like 17 vaccines in like one day.
yeah, like whoa.
I'm like, man, maybe it was spread out a little bit, but not one day. I mean,
Yeah.
even then, I've been against vaccines for like 20 years.
Yeah.
I haven't had one since 1988, except for tetanus shot once.
Tetanus.
I stepped on a nail. Yeah, I gave it like 2 weeks. It started to hurt weird, so I went to the doctor and got a tetanus shot.
Mm.
I couldn't. I looked it up, couldn't understand the science of how it would. I mean, tetanus, I guess, is a bacteria, so it's different. But
Yeah.
still, it's the preservatives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got cursed. My stepdad's like, "Oh, you better not walk around without steel toes on. You'll step on a nail." And I'm like, "Fuck you! I've worked a
Yeah.
million fucking job sites, never stepped on one fucking nail in my life."
Oh, shit.
And then 2 hours later, I fucking step on a nail. He's like, "Oh, I told you so." Motherfucker, you cursed me.
Yeah, he totally jinxed you. Yeah. I almost got hit in the I used to not stand behind the truck when we were cycling the hopper, and and we were cycling up these plastic chairs, these plastic like lawn chairs, and a piece of the chair snapped off, ricocheted off the hopper of the truck and hit me right here. And I had a black eye and I was bleeding down, and if it was like 1 inch up, I'd be wearing an eye patch, or I would have lost my eye for sure. And after that, I wasn't even standing that much behind the truck. Like I was standing off to the side, because I was doing the handles, and
Yeah.
I used to tell people, I'm like, yo, do not even stand, like stand all the way off. Do not even face the hopper, because that shit will smack you. You will get hit by something.
Yeah. Yeah, I got hit once pretty bad by a piece of sheet metal. Freaking it dug into my side, and like that far into my side. Like you could see all the fat. It was all like, blood and stuff. It was pretty brutal. I didn't really go to the doctor or anything. It just kind of healed up.
That's the best thing. Yeah, I didn't go to the doctor either. They told me I should have gone line of duty injury. I'm like, nah, I can still work. I'm good. Just gonna have a little black eye for a couple of days.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about going back to construction, but I'd have to like get like $50 an hour or something. There's no way I'd work for less than that. I mean, it sounds crazy, but I'm really trained in construction. I mean, I'm not up to date with all the codes, but I mean, most of the codes just are. They got books and shit. It's just gonna have all the outside walls 6-inch or 2x6s instead of 2x4s now. You gotta have the windows have to be a certain size. It depends on which state you're in. So. Yeah,
Oh,
like
they definitely need better than what they have going now.
Well, it's crazy because the new code for the windows. Because like when I used to work on houses a long time ago, it was like, you'd put some like aluminum, you put some flashing up around it. That's about it, and like fill it in with whatchamacallit, the hey, what's going on? You're still awake?
Hey.
Yes, and I don't know why.
Well,
become wicked smart now because I have studied medicine.
What is it? Well, it's
Right?
like 7 a.m. by you, right? Should be like, what is it, 7 a.m.? 8
Wait a
a.m.?
second. It is 8:13, 14, 8
Yeah.
o'clock. My dog is behaving very strange. I don't know. But some other dog owners say the same, that there any pets are a little confused.
They sense
Oh
something.
yeah.
And I heard the weather is very awful in your area. Is it, Danny, you living in New York, right? Or in
Yep.
Brooklyn? Yeah.
I'm in right in the middle of Manhattan.
Is it what is the weather there? Because Clint told me it's very windy. Wind, yeah, and
It's not too
cold.
bad now.
Okay, and how is the weather in New York? Is it
Exceptionally cold. Yeah. Freezing.
okay? But I heard you saying that it is not normal and maybe some
Yeah.
weather weapons involved. Maybe not. I don't know.
There's a cold front coming down like a polar. That's why like France got hit with snow. My friend in Venice told me that it's freezing. It's exceptionally cold there. That's why there was like, it was like really bad snow coming, like a really bad cold front coming from the north, and it's now making its way down to us. So
Mm.
now we're getting hit with it. And I think you said, what'd you say, Clint? There was snow in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. It's a La Nina. I think we're in a La Nina as opposed to an El Nino.
Hmm.
I think these weather weapons are more porn, a fear porn, so to say. It does exist, of course, but I don't think that they are able to control the weather in this extent.
Well, Russia used to for decades for ah for 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 decades Russia used to manipulate the weather for VE Day. So they would make sure that it would be a nice day. So they would always make sure it'd be like sunny. So they used to do weather manipulation then. And
Yeah,
um, Dubai was proud of its weather manipulation program until they had the most rainfall in one day than they ever had in their entire history on Earth.
Oh,
And
I remember
flooded the
that.
hell out of everything.
but
Yeah.
to manipulate the weather every day is very expensive, and you need a lot of energy. They can steer
Yeah.
on weather and make it worse. But I know that Saudi Arabia was doing that, but it was one day in the year. It is. I asked a friend. He is a consultant in several industries, Silicon Valley, and he was a consultant to the Department of Defense as well. He's very knowledgeable about these things, and I asked him if, and he said to me, "No, it's not possible because of the energy you would need. Same with the data centers. This
Hmm.
needs so much energy for cooling and
Maybe that's what they're doing with all the money.
does not work."
They're
That he,
using.
I don't know
Sorry.
for sure, but this is what he's saying. And he
Mm.
was working for a lot of this companies. I know people, and so I trust him. But
Oh yeah.
even he can be wrong sometimes, of course.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's tons of treaties about countries telling other countries not to manipulate their weather. They can only manipulate their own weather.
And another thing is with the CIA documents and the patents and so on. Of course, they are out there, and maybe it works, but that doesn't mean necessarily that it is in mass production, so to say. It worked one time, but it is only in experimental physics possible, but it is difficult to maintain.
Hmm.
A lot of patterns are because of
Oh yeah.
energy. Need a lot of energy.
Well, there's a company that yeah, sorry. Go on.
Well, I
No,
speculate.
I'm
I
ready.
speculate CERN might be some sort of uh, centrifugal force engine or something, and they're trying to keep the Earth inside of a certain rotation around the sun. I mean, it's speculation, but
Yeah, but when it comes to my friend, not really friend, anyways, um, who I have contact with since years, for years now, who is the consultant of Coral Draw and Hensel and Silicon Valley and IT and a lot of really big companies, and he know people there, and nobody was. You know what I mean? People can't keep secrets. And when they know each other and ask each other, the one maybe I think it would be known.
hmm.
Yeah, there are always blowers out there. Some are full of shit, I know, but this one I know for sure not. And I
Yeah,
think he would know, but
be
just
right back.
know.
Mhm.
Anyways, what do you know something about the World Economic Forum? Was Trump today
I don't know
on?
if Trump was there today, but it's going on until the 23rd, I think.
Ah, okay, because all are so excited that Trump will expose them. And I think there is something to it because Klaus Schwab yesterday said, "Oh, by the way, people, we are all humans and love
Um,
each other." By the way, yeah, there's some they have a little trouble, I think.
yeah, I don't know. I don't believe in the whole white hats and black hats and all that other stuff. I think they're all out to screw us, you know. And apparently the theme of this meeting was like dialogue or something, or yeah, something to that effect. It was like, I don't remember what they said. It was something with about dialogue, you know. But
I don't know. I want to be the one who you can only tell afterwards. You can only tell in 10 years what is now going on. And when I now um, say these cute hearts or make fun of them, and maybe they are right. There is a who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I would be ashamed because don't want to dehumanize or someone or um, and maybe this person is right and there are these arguments out there who make sense and the other ones so I have been become very careful with my opinion on that and I don't follow politics. I wait and when my life will become better then I will judge or worse financially or you know the same situation in the west.
yeah, my reporter friend, because Mom Donnie doesn't really let people talk. You know, it doesn't let the media like confront him, or he's very picky, and so my reporter friend was able to ask him a question today, and so she said, like, would you let the fired workers go back to work? And would you, because they were supposed to do that already. And he's like, "Oh, thank you for bringing it to my attention. We'll look into it." And he like kind of ran off on it. So I'm just hoping
Yeah,
that
I think it is good that your friend was able to ask him, and maybe he and his colleagues can um, um, not forget about this and and oh, I go to bed now and don't
yeah,
get tired and always ask and
yeah.
don't give up, so to say.
Well,
Maybe it will change something then.
Yeah, I just I hope, because all he has to do is put the rule change on the schedule, and then they can vote on it, and then it should go through. But yeah, no, he's I don't know. He talks. He's just these people are so evil. Like they
Yeah.
always they talk about how much they care about people and how much they care about the workers and the middle class and all this other stuff. But
Mm. Yes, there are actors. They talk a lot good things, but they are not doing it.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Anyways, but this time maybe we will see in a few years.
if not sooner, because I mean,
It
it's,
will become better or worse.
that's the question. And that's the big question. Is
Yeah.
better or worse? We don't. Who knows? I mean,
And unfortunately, it is up to the politicians or the elites behind them. They are, and the media, of course, they have the power. And when you have good people in, they can change it to the good.
Hmm.
And maybe there is hope that it will change sometimes.
yeah.
Naja, anyways, oh, habla. Okay, have a good time. And now I'm trying to sleep, and my dog as well. Bye bye.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Oh, good
Yeah,
day.
goodness.
Daytime.
Peace.
Bye.
Be well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That whole
Great.
weather. It's like,
Oh yeah. Damn it! I gotta find something to take this stupid safety out of this lighter. It's like wearing my thumb out trying to light it.
click it off. You know.
I miss the old days when the lighters didn't have fucking things on them.
Yeah. Yeah. Things used to be. It wasn't so much of a safety, all this safety nonsense. It was all just, well, if you're
Yeah,
dumb enough to get hurt, you probably deserve it. You know.
yeah, yeah. When I was a kid, I always got in trouble for carrying lighters everywhere. Even before I smoked, I always had a lighter on me.
Well, it's funny you say that, because like when I was in summer camp, I was like, probably not even a teenager yet. And we had a counselor there, and one time he was going, he was moving some of his stuff around by his cubby, and a lighter fell out. And we're like, you got a lighter. What do you got a lighter for? And he's had a completely straight face, and he was British. And he said to us, he's like, oh, do you smoke? You smoke? And he probably did smoke. But he was like, no. But he's like, when you go out to a bar and you meet a woman and she smokes and she says, hey, has anybody got a light? That's why you carry a lighter on you. And like our preteen minds were like, this guy's a genius.
That-
You know, it's kind of funny, but it was just great how he had that all ready to go. You know, didn't even flinch. Knew exactly what it was. Knew exactly what he was going to say. So
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've never been able to successfully pick up a chick at a bar.
I haven't either. Girls got to actually get to know me first, and at a bar, it's a little too. I don't know. Not that I didn't really go. I mean, I went clubbing, and I used to go to bars, but usually I went to bars to hang out with friends. It's usually groups of us. So
Yeah, yeah. I'd always skateboard to a random bar and then drink 2 beers and then leave.
well, God invented IPAs.
Yeah, every once in a while I would see people that I knew or something, and they'd end up smoking a joint with me or something.
Nice.
Most of the time, though, people would just try to start fights and stuff. It's like, man, this is a lot of drama. Like, I can get my face smashed in just trying to hang out and meet new people.
That's a little ridiculous. The one thing that always drives me crazy is people who are really bad drunks, and I'm just like, why do you guys have to get drunk? And like, why do you have to get drunk? Like, why can't you find why don't you just smoke weed? But there's those people who they're just like they get. My friend's brother used to get super violent when he got drunk and angry, and like he would start shoving people around and like acting like a dick. And we're like, bro, please stop drinking. Like, just don't drink anymore, or at least have one freaking Miller Lite and then call it a day. But please stop getting drunk. You know,
Oh,
there's some people
yeah,
who it just becomes so obnoxious when they drink.
yeah, drinking's definitely bad. I mean, yeah, I wish I could drink, but I can't drink. It hurts my kidneys or something.
Mm.
I
Wow,
mean, I
like that.
never really drink anyways.
Yeah.
Like when I was 15, I basically drank a bunch, took a bunch of psychedelics, and smoked a ton of weed, and and then I just kind of maintained the weed.
Yeah.
I quit drinking when I was 15, basically, or 16, maybe.
Yeah, I've had drinks now and again, but I like to, just like I said, I don't like to get pissed drunk. Once in a blue moon, it's fun, but like I know how I am when I'm drunk. That's why I'm like comfortable. It's like I don't have to. I don't get like ridiculous, you know. But I just prefer a nice little buzz off some IPA, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm pretty much the same when I'm drinking, except maybe I'm a little more talkative, I
Yeah.
guess. But yeah, freaking man, this fucking I swear I rolled up the fucking weed that tasted like shit just so I smoked the majority of that one, by myself or whatever. But so but somehow it tastes better.
Are you still smoking roaches?
No, I went to the store and got just a tiny bit because it was like some kind of discount day or something.
Yeah, I stopped by the dispensary. I stopped by my old boss's dispensary to see about a job. So I'll see
Oh
what he
yeah,
said. Yeah, but he hired, for some reason, he hired some new people, and it's like they don't have any experience, and they're just, I think it's just that they're women, but it's like, dude, like, you know.
oh yeah. Just tell him you'll be able to, you know, you'll be shining. That's what they used to say in the hood. I can't even say half the shit they used to say because it always involved the N word. That blank be shining. That's what they would say. Oh, you still there? I think he froze. Hello? Uh, his phone battery probably died.
What's
Yeah.
up? No. Are you
Oh no,
there?
you're back. Yeah, yeah.
No. What happened was my phone screen shut off. Like it went black.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's what happened. That's why I was like, I stopped right, right in the middle of talking, and then all of a sudden it cut out, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, in the hood they would say that blank be shining. Blank is in the N word. I can't actually say it. And that
Yeah.
I don't want to be rude to anybody. But when I lived in the hood, I heard that word like a million times a day.
Yeah.
And then it could mean anything. It could be like different tones of it. Like dude, like that's that's the equivalent.
Yeah. I never got into the habit of saying. I knew a lot of white guys used to say it, like, and I'm like, like Spanish people too. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
I never said it. One of my black friends, Nunu, he's like, say it. Oh, you gotta say it. Yeah, I'm like, I'm not saying it. What was yeah, I started making the joke. I was like, and so I'd be like, oh, and it's like Manila. I'd be like, Manila. Makes me laughing. uh, Making up my own phraseologies. Yeah, the like vanilla because I'm white.
yeah.
The I caught on it for a minute. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, the hood is definitely. I haven't been in the hood in like 20 some years, and it's maybe like once or twice over 10 years ago. But just to see an old friend or something and smoke a blunt, it all definitely changed a lot. That's for sure. Damn it, there's one of those stink bugs. God damn it, I'll be right back.
Oh.
I gotta flush it down the. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck those things come from. They like fly around. They're like there's some kind of Chinese drones. There's like fucking It's funny because like James McKenna tells his stories like talking about these Amazon people hanging out with him, tripping.
Yeah.
he said he was chilling, and the fucking shaman or whatever, his guide or whatever, the forest guide, that they're walking on the trail. This giant bug starts flying by, and the shaman or whatever just fucking grabs the bug and then fucking starts eating it.
Oh my goodness.
Because there's no food in the jungle.
Yeah, I saw a thing like that from like Africa where it was like a whole swarm of locusts and people were just grabbing them and eating them.
Yeah, there's certain type of locust that is doesn't carry parasites. You know that story of in the New Testament, the dude John the Baptist, I think his name was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes and he like lives in the woods or some shit and he eats locusts. And,
Interesting.
yeah, like that species of locust that he ate was not didn't have parasites, so it was the only edible species.
There's only one. There used to be a species of kosher, like one bug that was kosher, and it was a locust. And the Yemeni Jews knew which one it was, and I think it's forgotten. But there was like one
Oh,
for some
interesting.
reason that was, yeah, if I remember correctly.
Huh.
I wonder if it was that one because John the Baptist wouldn't have eaten bugs otherwise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because they were all Jewish.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's crazy how people don't know how to read the book. the Bible. All the Islams think Jesus was Islam, and there's all this crazy conjecture of it's like. But I mean, it's interesting because in the occult terms, he's the king of enlightenment. Like if you erase all the modern consciousness cult stuff and all the modern stuff, symbols of knowledge, obtaining of knowledge, and it's interesting because it's like that writer claimed Jesus was the son, but he's well, I think that a lot of that writer's beliefs are compromised, especially when he's bringing up Paul. So you can tell he's pro-Roman, but like that the basically like the attachment of that whole Mercurian thing. The Jesus would have been a Mercury spirit, most likely. I mean, that's I'm not. I don't like using that language. Well, the whole like it's interesting how it was saying it was claiming that there was like a resurrection of the old god into the new through the grip. The the Lazarus resurrection. The thing about like jumping in the earth, it's very interesting. It's like the symbol of the 9 arches, like Enoch had the nine arches also. It seems like multiple Bible characters are all the same character. Just different words. Like, because Enoch means to like, I think it means in Hebrew to walk with God or some shit, to be with God or something. The name, I forget what the wording.
I gotta see what it is in Hebrew.
Yeah, his days was 365 years.
Mm.
So it's like a reference to the sun. But I think that it's like ancient man thought that he thought that the wisdom of the mind,
Yeah.
that he would attribute it to something, but I think the the overall thing was like the Venus and Mercury symbols were used for the
Yeah.
attributions because of Venus for love and Mercury for wisdom, or well, trickery. Not necessarily in a bad way, but like like all the old depictions of Jesus, it's got, they say it's the sun and the moon, but they don't. A lot of them don't look like the sun and the moon. They look like Mercury and Venus, and
Mm.
that and then that was interesting about the iron of the nails was a symbol, and that the other occultists attribute the crown of thorns to the rose.
Mhm.
I can't remember if it says what the crown is made out of in the book.
Mhm.
I mean, it, like if you were to think of it like in an ancient tongue, it seems like the whole Jesus exorcising demons thing was not exorcising any actual demon, just simply making the person not uh give in to all their fucking, like, you know, that they want to eat like 500 candy bars or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 500.
Like, no, do not. You know, the but it's. I mean, the dude, the writer took that. The writer is just he's fully engorged in the mysteries,
Yeah.
and like he's and you would think that it's all symbolic, but it's like some of the things earlier in the book before he came on, Max Heindel guy was talking about going teleportation, out of body through the spirit body, an out of body experience, which
Mhm.
I've only experienced on psychedelics or in a dream. Uh, like with the whole blood thing. That's where that Rosicrucian Cosmo Conception book. There's a blood thing in it. I can't remember if I showed you before, but I showed Ellie quite a few times
Mhm.
the book. You know, I'm about to sneeze. Okay. Man. Huh. Somehow I picked the sneezy weed, I guess.
Good for your
Let's
sinuses.
see. Yeah, once you have like an asthma attack, you won't have another one for like 6 hours.
Mm.
But Cosmo Conception. Okay, here it is. Okay, so this book is bizarre. It's just it's the same writer, but it's even more bizarre as the other book. But so man's past evolution, present constitution, and future development. He says. Uh, let's see. So okay, so the part that's crazy fucked up is this. Where's the fucking search bar? Okay, so he uses, damn it, I guess he uses the term blood quite a few times. So he was talking about that strange blood thing in the previous books. Okay, strange. Maybe let's take on the strange blood. Okay. Okay, so he's talking about that like donkey and mule thing. and this is where I think that the Nazis got, because this group talks about the Aryan race stuff over and over.
Yeah.
Fucking strange blood has been introduced to the families of the earth and has gradually wiped out that involuntary clairvoyance from family disappearing consequences of the blood. I speculate this is why the royal families inbreed, not because of money, but because they possibly trying to, maybe they believe that they're psychic or something. So here it says 7 races of our present Aryan epoch. And so this, I believe this, because when I asked the AI about this, if the Max Heindel was connected with the Ariosophy and Theosophy and stuff, he's the whole or Ariosophy doctrine, and Theosophy as well as the Aryan bullshit. But so, I think in the original terms, it just meant enlightened or something, but they attached it to a race. It became an insanity, and then they just built off that insanity, and so that's why some of those writings where it says that, because like I think that the basically the ancient Hebrews were a mixture of Egyptian and Mayan. Like the Mayans share similar features. I speculate that if you were to check the heart rates of, if you were to look up, I mean, taking like Google right now, the estimated heart rate of the average heart rate of Hebrew people, I would speculate that it's lower than 72 because the Mayans' heartbeat was 50 beats per minute instead of 72.
Yeah. Interesting.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be able to Google it. I might have to ask Grok. I don't know if the so because like, I mean, the heart in all cultures is considered something very like, so in the Egyptian stuff, the heart is weighed against the feather of Ma. The feather of Ma is its counterpart. The feather of Ma is 42, and the because of the age of the days of the incubation of the ostrich egg, and that the it's interesting because in the shamanic rites of ancient cultures such as the Amazonians, the shaman makes the woman drink ayahuasca 42 days into pregnancy, and
Oh
so,
wow.
and scientifically, 42 days when the pregnancy, if a chick is pregnant, 42 days is the day when the heart starts beating. Yeah, so that's why I think that the heart is weighed against the feather of Ma. 42 days as an old symbol. But so the heart, like it's connected with the Jesus Lord as well.
Yeah.
The stuff with the heart. It's interesting how the church ward and arcane of Freemasonry connects it with the Mayans and stuff. It's like it's this different thing of and guess what the heart of Quetzalcoatl was?
What?
Venus.
Ah, interesting.
Venus. The heart of Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl is the Mayan equivalent of like Jesus.
Yeah. Same similar story, right?
Yeah, he had like the 12 helpers. I'm pretty sure it was. He at least said some of the miracles or some shit. There was some kind of lore too about a warning, some sort of warning of the future by Quetzalcoatl. It's interesting because like the old, because like the Hopi prophecy, for example, they had a warning, a prophecy of something bad happening when the skies would become webs, spider webs.
Ah,
Yeah, we see the
chemtrails.
contrails. But don't
Yeah.
believe in chemtrails, but the contrails, but so it's interesting because the ancient cultures prophesized, and that the stuff about the mushroom, the mushroom stuff. Many people report in their psychedelics journeys. You can go on earwid or whatever.com. That they are experiencing some sort of vision of Armageddon or something, and
Yeah.
that and that it's interesting because they all were predicting things. There was a prediction spree that went on in like the biblical text. I mean, because when I delve into I ran into so much Bible stuff where it's like one dude's predicting something, the other dude's predicting something else. They're all predicting things, and that
Yeah.
it's like it was this building upon these people predicting things based on this ancient religion of this ancient coded system. This and it was I don't know if it was predicting, but more along the lines of pure knowing somehow. I mean, like some sort of psychic ability. The like the like the old terms, because some of the modern writers, they think that they look at it like you're going on a body, but if you were to see a psychic impression of something,
Mhm.
and that it's not that you're leaving your body. I mean, somebody could possibly, but like that it's like you're seeing it or you know it somehow. Like you know, like say you take a deck of cards, you
Yeah.
shuffle it like 5, 10 times, and then you say the exact card that's on the top, the exact one, and then
Yeah.
it's not done with any skill or any technique. It's only done by that that it's the top card, nothing else. You just know it. That's that's what psychic ability is. I think that how you would define it. Like some people can be right on the money, and then some people can only be on the money every once in a while. Like and then it would come at some sort of weird time where they wouldn't know what it meant, and then they would later
Mhm.
see. There's always like movies and stuff that kind of like do that. Uh, like the what was it? The I don't know. It's interesting. It's it's like they said well, I mean, it's the whole thing is if if the Revelations book wasn't about getting rid of Nero, and if it wasn't about the simple rotation of the universe, and it was possibly about some sort of cataclysmic event, such as like an apocalypse or Armageddon or some shit. That the like in a literal modern sense of imminent destruction. I mean that the well, it makes you wonder about that stupid book that the intelligence apparatus they 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 said it was they made it an illegal book, some sort of Adam and Eve book, and all it was about was some kind of pole shift stuff, and that the people, I don't know if it was psyop, the book itself,
Mhm.
if the intelligence agency didn't print it itself and then take it away. That's what I think happened. But if that's not the case, if there is something actually to the pole shift stuff, like then like I mean we should be building boats or something, going to high ground. Yeah, or I don't know. It's but the other cult groups say it's all just symbols of mankind losing the ancient mysteries and then repeating them. I just hit my microphone. the like that's what the whole Atlantis thing is. But like to some of the mystery schools, it's like a symbol of the lost legacy of the mysteries, and that the that the bringing back of Atlantis would be, because Cooper says it's world socialism, but to some of the mystery schools, it's not that.
Yeah.
It's the bringing back of the enlightenment of the knowledge of the mysteries, of, in their complexities, and that because they're very complex, and that it's like you see that meme, and it's like or no, it's not a meme. Something was trend is a video of a boat trending, and it was a big oil tank, or no, it was a big cargo ship in the Pacific or Atlantic or something, and it was on these huge waves, and everybody's like, how did ancient man do this? And
Yeah.
like, I was reading the comments, and nobody was saying, that like, I put my 2 cents in, and I was like, ancient man could do that because he would do it when the waters were calm, because he knew when he knew how, he had a way to find out. He knew the it's like they knew all this stuff in ancient times, and we're sitting here in the dark, like fucking brain dead. It's
Just
I mean,
the eating algorithms. Yeah, that's how they do
yeah,
it. That's
yeah,
exactly what, it ruined people's minds.
yeah. Everybody thinks in different algorithms. There's like
Yeah.
10 algorithms out there.
And the
Everybody,
material. Yeah. The material. Everything's material.
yeah,
It-
they're all just fucking repeating all the same stuff, fucking
yeah.
echo chambers.
Mhm.
It's all the same stuff. That's why I always try to find the anomalies, the
Mhm.
anomalies, the things that people aren't seeing. Because it's like Jordan Maxwell says, he's like, he was digging into those books, and he would say stuff, and then the people that were hating on him would be like, "Oh, well, that's not true," and they would show modern books, and then I would do my own search and then find the words in the old books, just like Jordan Maxwell was saying, and it's like what the fuck, they're not giving this old bookworm, his credit that he's due, I don't know if you've ever listened to Jordan Maxwell, but he's pretty interesting.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he talks about the esoteric stuff, but I think even that he goes more into the religious stuff, which is very interesting.
Mhm.
I mean, this one book was it was connecting religious stuff with flying saucers. I thought that was weird.
Mhm.
I didn't expect that. I knew it was going to be about the Christ consciousness bullshit, but like, I didn't, I didn't expect flying saucers and fucking visitors from another planet in the book.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was saying one of the things that stuck out. It was saying the Akhenaten. It was saying, like, how there's that famous depiction of Akhenaten with his kids or whatever, and there's like the son.
Yeah.
It was saying well, I don't know if it was saying that depiction was, but that those weren't his, that those were aliens. I mean, I don't believe that or anything, but
Yeah. That's
I,
another stuff. Yeah.
yeah, like, well, I mean, like, it was talking about it, and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna look up a picture of Akhenaten, just for the screen, and like, and then I was like, well, that's weird. Those, this,
Mhm.
the, well, it's really weird because like what my great great grandparents, they were settlers, in the UP, in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and that they found, and my great grandma or grandpa had witnessed this. I seen the newspaper article and stuff, that they found some sort of mummies or something, but they were only like fucking a foot or two tall, and they were
Mhm.
like they were like full grown though. They weren't small. They were like midget mummies or something. They were some kind of like different species of human that was only like a foot tall, and that they mailed them to the Smithsonian, and fucking the Smithsonian denied, or the Smithsonian just pretended like they didn't get it, and fucking that they never heard, they wrote to the Smithsonian and stuff, and they never heard back from the Smithsonian, and that or I remember I wouldn't even repeat the story if I didn't see the newspaper clipping with the picture. I was like, man, fucking.
How long ago was that?
That was back in the '90s.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That's when I seen the newspaper clipping was from like the '60s or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's weird stuff more than what we could think. Like the I don't know, like there's a bunch of mine shafts up there. People think the natives don't take claim to them. They think the Mayans or the Aztecs were the ones that built them. They think they were getting copper, gold. Or maybe even something that was dragged by the glaciers.
Oh. All right, you got a little tired.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Been on here 4 hours.
What's up?
I've been on here 4 hours. I'm probably gonna get off here too soon.
Yeah.
Shot.
Yeah. I gotta just keep my job search going tomorrow because I don't know what's going on with this dispensary. So.
Oh yeah, you should peer pressure your friend and be like, tell him you'll help him revenue better or something.
Oh, he knows. He's worked with me for a long time. That's what I was telling him today, and he's like, "Yeah, we worked." You know, he knows me, but I don't know why. And the other guy was telling him, "Yo, if you're firing these guys, bring back Danny." And he hired these couple of girls that apparently are not, and one of them's like Russian, and I don't know how much experience you have at Russian girls, but Russians, especially like OTBs, are not. They're not like people you would hire to do sales or customer service.
Yeah,
They have a
they're
very
not
cold.
stoners.
They're not stoners, but they also have a very kind of a cold demeanor. So it's like they don't really have the sales enthusiasm. Because look, Russia, the country that you come from, where people don't even smile at you, where smiling at somebody can get you punched out. So it's like,
Jesus.
yeah, that's why when McDonald's first came to Russia, they told the employees to smile, and there were people willing, like ready to jump over the counter and beat up the cashiers. Because if you look at somebody and smile, then it's considered like you're making fun of them. They think you're like, you're ripping on them or something. So that's why it's like it's kind of tough to put in like Russian women, well, like especially a Russian girl or Russian people as like for certain sales jobs for certain things. And like this girl doesn't smoke weed, she doesn't know much, she doesn't care for it. She's like, and it's like you're gonna have to train all these people when you have people who already know how to do it. So, but I don't know. If I don't want to, I gotta figure something out in the meantime. So.
Yeah. Well, it's sad they don't even know because I haven't been to the weed store very many times, but I always ask them which one's the organic one, and they never know. It's like,
Oh,
what?
damn.
Come on. Most times they don't even know if it's indoor or outdoor, and it's like,
yeah,
it's pretty retarded. And then the people, all the farms, they all change the strain so much they can't perfect one strain.
yeah,
And it's like the and plus they cycled out all the good strains that were all the old strains. Nothing tastes like Kush anymore.
mm,
It's ridiculous. It's like freaking I don't know that fucking my friend used to get that California Kush, and it was like
mhm.
I didn't even know it was fucking grown on a mountain. It wasn't even fucking and it was like the best kush you could ever imagine. It was like the most cushiest kush, like perfect flavor, fucking. It's like I don't know, like fucking. The same with the sour diesel. I mean, the I can't. I haven't had sour diesel that was real sour diesel in like
In a while, huh?
15 years or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's been like 15 years, maybe like 13 years. Yeah, like nothing tastes like it. The sour diesel hash used to be like purple or red colored or some shit.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, the store sells static hash. Apparently, there's like it's like this type of hash that you use like it's some kind of electricity or something to to make. So
it's probably pretty fine.
mm.
Yeah, yeah. I can't really smoke hash. It bothers my allergies so much.
Ah, I
Yeah,
smoke.
this is. Oh, sorry. Well, I do like hash. I just can't smoke it. It's too strong. I mean, I used to smoke dabs all day long back like a couple of years ago, but the the bong with the hash, it gets old. I'm just like smoking joints.
Mm, me too.
Yeah, so this thing with the donkey, the so remember the other book is talking about the donkey and the mule, or the horse and the donkey making a mule, and the mule they were saying couldn't reproduce or wasn't as good, and so he's talking about this strange blood stuff where this evolutions. It goes on and on about it, but like uh, so he claims it destroys the propagative function, perpetuates a hybrid, which is an abomination from the standpoint of the quote unquote group spirit.
Mhm.
Like I said, I didn't say quote unquote. For the mule is not so definitely under the dominion of the group spirit of the horses or the group spirit of the donkeys as the pure breed. Yet it is not so far as to be entirely exempt from their influence. If two mules could mate, their offspring would still be less under the dominion of either of these group spirits, and so a new species without a group spirit would result. That would be an anomaly in nature and a possibility until the separate animal spirits should become sufficiently evolved to be self-sufficient. Blah, blah, group spirit. So basically, they're saying that they think that this group spirit is not behind the pure person or something. I think this is where the racism came from, of the Aryan race stuff.
Mm.
Because it's like they thought that people. It's just bizarre. It's like because they think it's like they think that something happens in animals, so it happens in people, but that's not.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily true. People are a lot different than animals and stuff. The yeah, this strange blood it's talking about. Faculty was destroyed. Uh, yeah, like this writer writes a lot of weird shit.
Mhm.
Uh, so this he considers this to be where it's going to. Well, that's weird. I didn't notice that. Clean Stewart. I wonder if that's an old spelling of Stuart, like England, or yeah, because like some of the Illuminati stuff is from the House of Stuart of England, not you know, and the Adam Weishaupt, he was Bavarian, and that
Yeah.
like all the people trying to blame Hebrew people on something that is not theirs is they're the House of Stewart and Weishaupt and the Saxe-Gotha and all. There's fucking because it's like the house of the royal family is German, and so
Yeah.
They're into the Aryan race shit. I think Mike was talking about how that they're connected with some sort of India family or some shit, and that the or some sort of Arab family. But I think there's like a union of crowns from and that England is united in crown with the Arab nation, and that also in crown with India, and so I think that's why they've imported all the Islams there. That uh, and that's why they're doing it to America, because they're part of that empire and they're making big decisions without our consent and fucking all this stuff. I think it's because it's like Cooper, he lays out like 5-6 different powers, world powers. The crown of England, which with the York Rite, the France with the Grand Orient, Rome with uh, Rome with the I can't remember, Rome was communist or social. I think Rome was communist. Then England always leans socialist. Then Russia's. I think that's connected with the Grand Orient.
Yeah.
What's the well, then there's the British Israelists, but that's also the crown of England. Well, and connected with but so it, that's what's strange about. So the writer, it's like they're what I think is happening is that they're taking Masonic stuff that is symbolic about it's symbolic and it's not about races, and they're thinking that it's races, and
Yeah.
that Cooper attributes this to Henry the Eighth or something, uh, claiming descent of the crown of Judah.
Mhm.
But that one writer, he's got like a doctorate in theosophy or some shit, but he claimed that the Judah was a high, uh, uh, basically an enlightenment, and that
Yeah.
and it's like the people themselves as a group where and I'm not sure how that's connected to the Mayan stuff, but it's like that church ward guy in the Arcane of Freemasonry. He like lays out the story of the temple and he shows it in the fucking Mayan shit, and it blew my mind. I was like, holy shit!
Yeah.
Like fucking the axe was the gavel, the fucking all the symbols, the the I'm pretty stoned. Once you see it, you'll be like, oh man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Book is fucking crazy. I mean, that guy writes a whole different style than this Max Heindel dude.
Yeah.
He shows a lot of pictures in the book. It's a really interesting book. He does another one too called something about it's some sort of similar book that mentions Mayan shit.
Mm.
He shows old pictures of statues with the apron and the correct proportions.
Yeah.
It's crazy how old it is. I mean, he says in the book he believed it was 300,000 years old, and that
Wow.
he believed the Jesus story was that old too, because
Yeah.
he like connected the names of the he connected the names with the people he thought they were uh, a Mayan royal family, that these names from the Bible were Mayan royal
Mm.
family, and that they migrated to Egypt. And I assume that they're all symbols, but the possibility of them being an actual Mayan royal family is very interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
because like because people speculate they were pharaohs, some of them, but like, it makes more sense if they were Mayan because they had a different religion. That
Yeah.
some of the words of the some of the words match the Egyptian and the Hebrew and the Mayan language, and
Oh,
it's
interesting.
like mu, mu in Egypt meant the same thing, same as what was the other one? Anu, I think it was ANNU. They had the whole uh, they it's like they had the whole temple legend in a different story, and it was
Yeah.
like, but it was the same story, and it was like it seems like a bunch of lodges have that same thing going on, where it's like, and they're not necessarily sanctioned lodges, but they have like talking about the old timey ones, not anything modern, but that they have the story, but it's just like the story of what I was reading with the hammer and the rose and stuff, but it's a different story, and how he jumps in the fire and all this stuff, the same, but it's, well, I've also heard different variations of the Hiram Abyss story, and the
Yeah.
what's his name, Elvin Boyd Kuhn, he says that Hiram was fire, and that the a beef, I forget what a beef was, but the Cooper though, he brings it to Hiram Biff being Hammurabi also,
Mhm.
and that Hammurabi, the great lawgiver, and that the which some well, and then that somehow that name was connected with Shalmaneser, which meant Prince of Peace,
Yeah.
and that the because it was originally Shalman Nu Azir, uh, and that the there's like some crazy etymology connections that are being overlooked. I mean, if you get a copy of that Lost Light book, blow your mind. I mean, I'm not saying that I concur with everything in it. It's definitely got some stuff in there that I think is very accurate. It's bizarre though, because it's like, well, I mean, like the whole he goes along with the Lazarus thing in more depth.
Yeah.
The like Lazarus is El Azir Azus or something, which Azir was prince, and or El Azir as the father. El was father, and prince El Azir, father prince, the father of the prince, who would be the Prince of Peace or Jesus, which is, I mean, and then Jesus in Greek, Horus is Isis,
Yeah.
and then all the stories parallel, and that Osiris was Lazarus, and that the Egyptians of the dynastic Egypt. I think basically it's like pre-dynastic Egypt was ruled by ancient Hebrews and Mayans, or that they were the same, and that the I don't know if they divided in two, or if one went one way, or I don't know where the origin of them, but like that. And the dynastic Egypt took over. They suppressed the old rulers, the old dynastic language, and then they lost the word when they turned the symbols of the god into Osiris. They had profaned it because they misunderstood the story and then attributed it to the pharaoh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like every culture of all the world has, except for the North American Indians, natives, where it's like they had made it so over time the mysteries of antiquity, the ancient cultures, the versions of Freemasonry, that they were fewer and fewer members,
Yeah.
and that but the Native Americans in North America, that the whole tribe was a member. They were all members, and that being a member was the original initiation rites to become a man, and
Yeah.
that and the Plains Indians and stuff, they all wore the apron, and
Yeah.
that that they're it's like they were, but they weren't operative, but in a way they were, because it's like, I mean, they still had the metaphors and the ideologies and
Yeah.
the symbols of and the stuff, but like what they were building though, operative, was mounds, like the
Yeah.
serpent mound, the panther mound, the but so one some of the mounds contain square, which is
Yeah.
the altar, and then the east has a native with a skeleton with a hatchet instead of a gavel, and then in the west he's got a blade, and then the for the Tyler, and then I forget the south one, but I think he has a light or something, but or not a light. Wait, I'm pretty stoned, but so
Mhm.
and then like the some of the lodges were what so what was I getting at the yeah, so the certain, it's like the modern if there was some sort of shamanic connection with
Yeah.
Christianity originally, it was like the the people that were, descendants of Egyptians and Mayans, possibly the
Yeah.
ancient Hebrews. They were uh, they had created a new religion because I think that they had found. Well, I mean, it's interesting because like what Jordan Maxwell talks about the mushroom and
Yeah.
manna, and the when they're lost in the desert of Egypt, that they find the mushrooms growing in the morning dew, which in the Old Testament says morning dew. The manna grows, but so they found the mushrooms, they ate them, they reached enlightenment of some sort, and then they traveled to ancient Jerusalem, and then uh, carried they carried their newfound knowledge with them, and
Yeah.
so uh, and then so I don't know if they were with or against the Essenes, or well, kindred, but like, or I don't know if the Essenes were taking. Well, I think the Essenes were taking mushrooms as well, but so they had brought this uh, thing that they were calling manna with them, and that they were
Mhm.
uh, giving the Masonic initiation basically, but with the mushroom as well. And so the initiate, but in those days it was much, the trials and tribulations were much more difficult, and
Yeah.
so the instead of the vitriol room, you would go into a cave for 3 days,
Yeah.
3 nights, and that they would give you the mushroom, and then basically that you would see the ghost. That's the only way to explain the whole thing, the allegory. If it's because basically it's like mixed with John Allegro's stuff mixed with the Masonic stuff. It's like uh, that in the ancient shamanic initiations and stuff. It's like they were. I think that they were initiating their new members and stuff into their
Yeah.
secret society, and that the allegory of Jesus, the Christ, quote unquote, because they say they would store the mushrooms in oil, and
Mm.
that the some of the priesthoods that were putting the oil on their heads were putting hallucinogenic oil on their heads.
Yeah.
Uh, but like, but so that they would be in the cave alone for 3 days, and then they would see the spirit, and that's why I think John Allegro calls, because John Allegro doesn't understand shamanism, but
Mm.
he says Jesus is the mushroom, and that but the initiates, it wasn't just a mushroom to them, they were experiencing some sort of entity, and
Yeah.
that it parallels with the Mazatecan tribal initiation or custom of sitting in the dark eating the mushrooms, and that the talking to something,
Yeah.
and that like because it's like the story of some of the Mason stuff says the story of John of Revelations, that he was that's not his story. That's what quote unquote Jesus was saying,
Mm.
and that this is crazy because it's like the theory goes is that the mushroom lives on all different planets throughout the universe.
Mm.
It's in constant communication with itself. It's never died, and that I don't know if it was taking the initiates to a spirit or if it was the spirit,
Yeah.
but so it was telling them this story, and that because it was warning of a time when that a possible meteor or some shit might hit Earth or something, some sort
Wow.
of disaster.
Yeah.
Or, but then when it's mixed with all the occult stuff, it becomes a story of more along the lines of a struggle of human, a struggle of human, uh, a struggle of. Damn, I'm pretty stoned.
Yeah.
A struggle of peace of mind and the
Yeah.
journey of enlightenment. I mean, technically, the progression of someone of wisdom into uh, becoming the fool again, where it's like the most highest initiation, the highest initiate goes back to being the fool, like the tarot
Mm.
card cycle, and like it's weird because the Jordan Maxwell says that witnessed um, he witnessed he said he was at a hippie festival and that
Yeah.
some guy came up to him or some guy was near him or something, and that the guy dropped a medallion that was gold, and it
Oh
was
wow.
a ruby medallion, and that it was that there's only I think it's I can't remember if it's 13 or 33, but
Yeah.
there's 13 or 33 members of the Supreme Council. I think it's 33. I might be wrong. It might be only 9. But but anyways, he said this guy that was some stoner hippie dude or some shit, some kind of
Yeah.
loser. Well, not like a loser, but some old dude that was at a festival
Yeah.
was just all, like you wouldn't expect. And then he drops a medallion of the 33rd degree.
Mhm.
I mean, it could have been a coincidence. The dude's grandpa might have been a member or
Mhm.
something, but it's interesting because it's like uh, the stuff with it makes you wonder if the secret societies are influencing, like certain celebrities or not
Yeah.
influencing, but like uh, it's the whole. I don't know. It's interesting. There's definitely a clash of different uh, religions and stuff and different
Yeah.
genres of types of people. Uh, yeah, I'm probably gonna crash out here. My back hurts.
Yeah. I'm getting kind of tired myself.
Oh yeah.
I gotta wake up and do the job and tomorrow.
Oh
So,
yeah. Well, take it easy.
you too,
Good
man.
luck.
Have a good night. Thanks as always for the invite. We'll
Oh
be
yeah.
more awake next time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it was pretty boring with the read.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, it's
Peace.
pretty cool. Later. Peace.
All right. Yeah. The I forget what I was gonna. I might as well just end it here. It's been here like freaking forever. All right. Well, good night.